Okay. Okay. Sorry about the lack of BGM. I know exactly what happened. I know exactly what happened. I am 100% knowledgeable. I think I had because usually the BGM I don't have like it's automatically on when I turn on the loading screen to start stream because usually I put the BGM with the end card, right? It plays over the end card. So it's all one source. So when I close OBS after the end card, then when I open it up again and go to the waiting screen, then it's just automatically there. But I think the other day I had to record something for somebody. Like I had to record something in OBS. So I had muted pretty much all the audio sources because I only needed to record like video footage. And that's why. And then I forgot to turn it back on. That's why. That's why. And then I did not realize that it was muted and there was no plink plonk. Zero plink plonk. I think I'm still eepy. It's like I can hear an egg in my ear. I'm literally here. I'm literally here. I am also a little bit eepy. It's okay. Yesterday did not go as planned. I thought I would have a normal Sunday and then a bunch of things came up and then I ate a lot of butter chicken for dinner. Yeah, the mystery of the missing plink plonk was solved. Yeah, it was just Eggy for gore. I am the culprit. I am the culprit. Eggy for gore. Eggy for gore. But yeah, Professor Layton's solved case sound plays. Yeah. I everything has been resolved. The forgorening. Yeah, the culprit was me. I am for gore. I apologize for being for gore. Let's go where we can see Eggy. Actually, first I have to pick some BGM, some like non-plink plonk BGM. What would be good to listen to? What would be good to listen to? Mm, hmm. Mm, mm, I need something that's like not gonna put me back to sleep. Because I'm like, yeah, I could do Animal Crossing music, but also I'm already sleepy, so I'm like, I don't want to be sleepy. I don't want to be more sleepy.
Is a girl cute today?
A little bit maybe, maybe a little bit. It's a Monday. Metroid Prime OST. I mean, nothing too intense, but I need something that's like upbeat enough to keep me awake, but not like so upbeat that it's like gonna stress me out. Um, hmm, hmm. I guess we're back. I mean, I guess we're back at Animal Crossing. That's fine. I guess it's fine. Yes. All right, now we can get rid of it on purpose. Now, Eggy, 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 Eggy. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom ambiance is what I do. Go cozy mode. Oh wow, no one's asked that. No one's asked for that in a while. Here we go. I guess maybe it was summer, so it wasn't quite pajama season. But now it's getting into pajama season, and now we will all be sleepy. We will all be sleepy. But we cannot be sleepy. We can't be too sleepy. So, no more sleepy. Good morning. Good morning to Punk Asian, and Lich Chicken, and Pembu, and Panis, and Woogalut, and... hold on, I'm trying to see who's not a repeat. And Jake. and Robert Brown, and Woozle, and Remy, and Kurel, and Baxter Crook, and Rylinks. The schedule's insane time zone. I've been waiting here for 8 hours. Okay, that's fair. I did not put a time zone on the schedule. I need to figure out like where in that format I can put time zone. Hold on, sorry. Sorry, I thought I heard something. I thought I heard a noise. Thought I heard somebody calling me. But it could have also just been because I was talking loud and like my own voice echoed. Or maybe it's somebody outside. I'm like, should I go check? Maybe I should go check. All times in ET fits at the bottom. Yeah. It's just like, it's not just about fitting it. It's not just about fitting the words on the schedule. It's about like putting them in the schedule in a way that like looks good. Hold on. I'm just gonna go check noise. I'm probably gonna go upstairs and there's gonna be like nothing. But just on the off chance that there is something, I'm just gonna go check. Just give me like 2 seconds. I'm literally alive, and I'm literally talking. I'm literally talking. It's like she's trying to speak to us. Yeah, from Earth. From the realm of the living. I'm literally alive. I'm literally alive. But yeah, as I was saying, all times in ET, like it can fit in the schedule. Like there is a place to put it, but it's like it's about putting it in a place that like looks good, you know? Like I can't just like put it willy-nilly. I'm from Earth. From this planet. From this reality. Egg. But yeah, no, sorry. I guess it's just because like in the house it's only me and my grandma, but like I feel like I'm in like a room. Like I feel like my room is very prone to weird noises. Like I think some of it is just because like I have a window to outside. So sometimes I'm hearing stuff from like outdoors. Or I think lately there's been some construction nearby, so I'll be hearing sounds from that. So yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like, it feels, I feel like I'm just in like a very place, like I'm in a place that's just very prone to loud noises. Do you think saying egg standard time would confuse people? Well, no, because if I use the same acronym. Yeah, checking out noises is good. Or weird smells. I don't think I get weird smells down here. I think this room is not prone to weird smells, but it is very prone to weird noises. And I think also because, like, okay, I have a window, but it's a window I can't actually see anything out of. I think maybe that's the other reason why. Because, like, it's not like there wasn't noises where I lived before, but, like, I think because where I lived before, I was, like, on the 3rd floor. Like, I was, like, up higher. So it meant that, like, if there was a weird noise outside, I could look outside and, like, the source of that weird noise would be, you know, maybe not necessarily visible, but, like, I would usually be able to, like, figure out the situation by looking out the window. But here, it's like, if I look out the window, I cannot see anything. Like, I can see the fence, like, sitting at my computer, looking out the window right now, I see, like, the fence at the side of the house, and that's it. Like, I cannot, Eggy Observation Outpost, I cannot observe anything from here. So, I guess it's like, every noise is a weird noise because I don't have any, like, immediate way to identify the noise, I guess. Yeah, then I will complain when you use egg standard time when it should be egg daylight time. Yeah, I'm sure if I use the acronym, people will know what I'm talking about. Yeah, she'll never see the smoke signals at this rate. The eggplants have been calling for help for months. Time to get Eggy remote-controlled security cam. I don't think that's necessary. Because I still don't think, even if there was a weird noise, I don't think being able to actually see outside. Again, because this is like a single-story house, right? So it's not like... It's not like you can... It's not like you can see that much from there, right? Because, yeah, I'm trying to think as well, like... Because, like, when I was with my parents, that was easy to ascertain strange noises. I guess I was on, like, the 5th floor when I was in Japan. So I guess it would have been also pretty easy to figure out weird noises, but I don't remember hearing a lot of weird noises. Yeah, and then the room I grew up in as a kid had... I don't know, we had, like, a really big backyard. But my room was on the 1st floor. But I don't remember there being a ton of loud noises either. But I think it's also just because the backyard was so big that probably if there was any weird noises, like, it probably would have gotten drowned out before it reached my window. Maybe the walls were thicker. Maybe that was it. The walls were, like, really thick. So it was like, the sound just wasn't carrying. Yeah, the bigger buildings ate a lot of the street level noise. No, I think it's more just like, there wasn't a lot of noise happening in the first place. Like, weird noises, right? Because, like, people talking is not a weird noise, right? Like, if I'm hearing, like, children playing or something, I can pretty clearly, you know, I can identify that. It's like, yeah, that's children playing, or, like, this is, you know, people chatting while they're walking somewhere, right? Like, or I think there was, like, a tennis court nearby, so there was lots of, like, tennis noises, but, like, I could see the tennis court, right? And I'm not gonna be, like, hearing the sound of somebody hitting a tennis ball and being like, what was that? I'm trying to think if there was any weird noise. I think the closest we got was, like, you know those trucks with loudspeakers on them? I think they're not very common here, but I think they're pretty common in Japan. We had one drive around our neighborhood on Christmas Day. And I remember, like, in the dorm group chat, people were like, what is going on outside? Because this thing was just, like, doing circles around the neighborhood. And then, like, people were like, what is it even talking about? Because usually those are more of, like, a political thing, right? Like, they're pretty common around, like, elections where they're, like, advertising a candidate. But there wasn't, like, an election going on at the time. So people were like, what is it even talking about? And then somebody who spoke enough Japanese to understand it was like, I think it's preaching to us. I think it's talking about Jesus. Which I guess makes sense. It was driving around on the 25th. But it was like, I think, yeah, that was the only weird noise I remember while I was there, was like Jesus truck on Christmas Day. Yeah. Maybe there's some local sects or the local church. I have no idea, actually. Because, like, I know Japan does have, like, Christian churches. I don't know which kind. Because, again, I couldn't catch, like, I understood a bit of Japanese, but, like, because the sound was so echoey, I couldn't actually catch anything that the truck said. Like, my source of, oh, this is Jesus was, like, other people in the group chat. Yeah, gotta play the ice cream truck at 3 a.m. to keep you on your toes.
Ibot de ignorer physical volumen dit poorly do size of na manga volume.
It's not fair how many dating holidays Japan gets. Like, they get 3. I mean, to be fair, they get 3 because they imported them and they didn't really know what to do with them. Right? Wait, what's the third one? There's Christmas, there's Christmas, there's Valentine's Day. Oh, White Day, I guess. I guess White Day. But I don't know. Is Valentine? I would say I'm trying to think if like Valentine's Day is really kind of a dating holiday. Like, I feel like Valentine's Day and White Day are like you exchange presents, but like it's not necessarily like a dating holiday the same way it is here, where you actually go out on a date. It really is more just like make chocolate for a friend. I feel like it's more of just that. Yeah, Valentine's Day is a dating holiday. Christmas is the dating holiday. Yeah. But I think it's mostly just because, like, Christmas, I guess, is kind of weird because they, like... I guess they imported, like... Because, like, Christianity, it exists in Japan, but, like, it's not on, like, the scale that it does in, like, Europe or America. So, they kind of... When it came to, like, the secular parts of Christmas, like, you know, like, the gift-giving and, like... you know, decorations and stuff. It's like they imported it, but I guess because it doesn't really have any significance if you're not Christian, then they just kind of like, they're like, okay, this is the dating holiday. Because it's like they already have New Year's. Like, New Year's is like their big family gathering holiday, right? So, yeah, there's a Korean church not far from me. I went to see for myself. I don't know what I was expecting, but it was all in Korean except the names like Korean. Jesus, Korean, Peter. Yeah, it's like, hey, I know those names. Yeah. I mean, I think Christianity is bigger in South Korea than it is in Japan, I think. Because, like, I definitely remember when I listened to K-pop, I don't know what like, the demographics are for, like, Christianity in Korea, but, like, I definitely remember there was, like, a lot of K-pop stars who were, like, openly Christian. And again, I don't know if that's just, like, a weird demographics thing of like people, because I guess, I don't know, maybe people who go to church are like more likely to become artists or singers even if they don't like identify with it later in life. Because I guess now that I think of it, like a lot of people who sing, they like learn to sing in like church choirs and stuff, right? So like, yeah, I guess it wouldn't surprise me that like a lot of musicians went to church at some point in their life. Yeah. They celebrate tree Christmas in Saudi Arabia, but just the tree and the presents, because it's pretty neat. Yeah, I mean, if you have an occasion where it's like, yeah, we all give each other presents and eat desserts, like, of course everyone's gonna want to do that. Like, of course. We invented a new occasion for that, regardless of, like, what the origin is. Of course everyone is gonna want to do that. Speaking of Christmas, I've already seen decorations on sale, ironically right next to the portable AC units because it's still hot out. See, again, in Canada, we at least have Thanksgiving before Halloween. So, I don't know, I feel like that has its pros and cons because it means that, like, I guess on one hand it means that, like, they aren't putting out Halloween stuff on September 1st. But on the other hand, it also means that, like, as soon as Halloween is over, it's instant Christmas. Instant Christmas. Yeah, the church literally invented music as we know it in the formalized form and such. Yeah, I know a lot of, like, the history of, like, music notation and such was done for religious purposes. Yeah, Halloween candy was an exile over. Yeah, I remember talking to somebody who works at, like, I knew somebody in spa school who worked at a dollar store for a while, and she said that, like, the dollar store that she worked at literally had like a team of people who would come in after closing on October 31st and would just like take out all the Halloween stuff and bring in all the Christmas stuff. Like they had specific teams of people that were like dedicated just to doing that, to make sure that like when customers walk through the door on November 1st, then everything is now Christmas and all of Halloween is gone. Like, yeah. Like Christmas already, but we just had that last year. Yeah, sorry, we're gonna celebrate Christmas only once every 3 years. New rule. Yeah, good old seasonal section. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I'm like, I don't want to make any plans for Christmas because I don't know what my Christmas is going to look like. So I'm like, I guess I kind of know a few things I want for Christmas. Like, I don't know. Every time I need something normal, every time like I need like a very normal thing, I make a note of it because like I feel like now that I've gotten older and like I guess my sister kind of has the same problem too. I imagine this is probably a very common problem to have, but you know when you're a kid and it's like it's pretty easy for your parents to shop for you for Christmas because like your interests have not like expanded that far beyond their knowledge, so like they can like go to the mall and reasonably expect to find something that you will like, right? Like they'll be like, oh, he plays with Hot Wheels toy cars a lot, so I will get him one of those and he will like it, and I can find this at Walmart, right? Like, but then now once you're older, it's like your interests they're either too niche or they're too expensive or they're things that like I personally would not trust anybody else with like buying me a Lolita dress unless it was somebody else who also wears Lolita, because I just like I don't trust people to like know where to look for these things if they're not already involved, right? So every time I want something normal where I'm like, oh, I need a new pair of running shoes, I like make a note of it because I'm like, that's a normal thing that my mom can like shop for. I mean, I guess maybe for shoes it's more like we'd probably have to go shopping together and then she would pay for them and that would be the gift, because like I guess with shoes you kind of have to try them on, but it's like, okay, running shoes, she knows what those are, Yeah. Shopping for parents who don't have hobbies is the worst. Yeah, and you got like the other way around. It's like, I guess now it's like, yeah, the children are too much hobby and then the parents are not enough hobby. Like, I feel like, I don't know though, I feel like dads are always harder to shop for than moms, I think. In my experience. Like, maybe it's just specifically my dad, but I feel like it's the same thing for both Christmas and Father's Day. I just feel like dads are a lot harder to shop for. Also, sorry, good morning to John on YouTube. Sorry, I promise I was looking at YouTube, I promise. Yeah, my mom's hobby is loving her grandkids. My dad is really difficult to shop for. I think maybe guys in general, like dads in general, I think are harder to shop for. Because I think about this with, like, you know when you look at like the kind of stuff that they advertise for Mother's Day versus the kind of stuff that they advertise for Father's Day? Whereas like the stuff that is usually considered like a typical Mother's Day present is like usually something that's like consumable, right? It's something that your mom will like reasonably run out of, right? Like it's something like, you know, they're like advertising stuff like maybe like foods or like perfumes or like stuff for cooking or something. Like it's something that like, you know, might be conceivably, yeah, might be conceivably run out of. Whereas like the stuff that they recommend for dads is like, do you want to buy your dad an entire barbecue? And you're like, no, because the barbecue we have still works and I'm not gonna buy a new barbecue if this one is like a perfectly decent barbecue. Or it's like, buy your dad a toolbox, and it's like, we already bought him that a couple years ago, the tools don't wear out that fast. Like, would you like to buy him another tie? And it's like, no, he already has enough of those. Like, I feel like all the stuff they recommend for guys is stuff that, like, You don't really need to buy that often, but like, yeah. Yeah, all the dads I know would be delighted by a funny hat. I don't know, I guess if you have like some kind of inside joke, yeah, it has to be like a very like personally targeted funny hat. Yeah, buy new coffee. My dad doesn't drink coffee, he drinks tea. The thing is too, is that like my dad likes the stuff he likes is actually pretty basic when it comes to like food and drink as well. Cause like he likes Kit Kat, but he only likes like the normal Kit Kat. Because we've tried in other years getting him like the fancy ones, like you know, like the imported ones, or like there was like there was one that they came out with one year, I think for Chinese New Year, that was like this like orange flavored Kit Kat, and we thought he would like those because he likes Terry's chocolate oranges and he likes Kit Kat, but he was like, no, I'd prefer the normal one. So like he likes Kit Kat, but all he likes is the normal Kit Kat. So we can't even be like, oh, we'll just like buy you a fancy one. He likes he drinks tea, but like he doesn't look for like a variety of teas. He just has like one brand and one kind he likes, and he just drinks that one. And it's like, I mean, I guess he'd be happy if we got him that, but like that doesn't feel that doesn't feel fun. That's just like groceries, like yeah. Quality tools. Oops, present exhausted. Yeah, like you buy the tools with the assumption that it's going to last like a decade or something, right? Yeah. The Chinese New Year Kit Kat sets kind of suck. I don't know, I like them actually. I like the orange Kit Kats. They were pretty tasty. The orange was like a nice addition. But yeah, because like when I was in Japan, I had the thought, I'm like, maybe I should like I should get him like a whole bunch of the like fancy, you know how Japan has like a bajillion Kit Kat flavors. And I thought, I'm like, maybe I should get him some. And then I had another thought, I'm like, I don't think he'll eat any of these. I don't think he'll eat any of these. He'll probably just go back to eating like the normal default. The default Kit Kat. Tea accessories. Yeah, but he uses tea bags. It's not even like, I think we got him like I think he has a loose leaf tea steeper, but like most of the stuff he likes is like tea bags. Does he read books? Yes, but he gets them all from the library. Like he watches movies, I guess, but like again, usually a lot of what he watches is the same stuff. Like I remember once because I was paying for the Netflix account and I looked at his profile and it was like some of what he watched was like Seinfeld, which is a show that he's already watched. Like, I guess I also do the same thing with a lot of other things, but like, I guess if he doesn't know what to watch, he just goes back to watching like old episodes of Seinfeld again. And he also already owns all of Seinfeld on DVD on top of that. So, yeah. There was an orange ice cream once, vanilla, cherry syrupy, chocolate sprinkled, some kind of orange oil. It was pretty tasty. Orange ice cream. Or actually, I don't know, vanilla, cherry syrup, and then chocolate sprinkles. I feel like I've had something like that before that was called like Tiger Stripes. I know there's like an ice cream flavor I think I had once that was like chocolate and orange and vanilla, I guess. And they call it Tiger Stripes because it was like, I guess it was supposed to be like black and orange. And novelty tea bag holder. It's like, yeah, for present ideas, you have to talk to people and keep spreadsheets about things they show interest in. Well, the thing is, I think that every single time I've gotten somebody a really good present, it was always something that like came to me on a whim. Like, I just have to like go out to the store and hope. Because like, I think one year I found, it was a Kit Kat gingerbread house kit. So it was like a kit that came with like icing and like, I think it was like 12, it was like a dozen Kit Kats and like a base. So it was essentially just like a gingerbread house kit, except instead of cookies, it was a bunch of Kit Kats. So yeah, that I think was a good gift. That I'm happy with. But again, I only found it because I was like, I went to the store looking for something else and then I found that and I'm like, okay. Like, I feel like that's when I found all the good gifts. I cannot like think of something on purpose and have it be good. I just have to like hope. I just have to hope. I have to see something and be like, yeah, that could be good. Yeah. Artistic statuette, aka anime figure. I don't know. I don't think my dad would watch anime. It's not Seinfeld. Yeah. He takes spreadsheet notes to help things crystallize, though. I don't know. I feel like it just feels better for me, like... Because the other thing, too, is I feel like sometimes I know what people want, but it's something that's so specific that I just, like, if I don't see it, then I'm just like, I'm never gonna find this. Yeah. Getting people into anime is tricky but doable. Yeah, I mean, I have anime that... I have anime I think my dad would like, and I have anime I think my mom would like. Those are not necessarily the same shows. Like, I think my dad would probably enjoy stuff like, Lane or Ghost in the Shell, because he's already watched, I know he's already, like, watched and enjoyed a lot of, like, Western stuff that took heavy influence from those kinds of things. So I feel like he would, if he went back and watched those, he'd probably like them. I think my mom would probably like, I think my mom would like Spy Family. Or I think she'd also like when I was watching Great Pretender on Netflix a few years ago, I was like, yeah, this seems like something my mom would actually really like. But yeah, just have it on in the background when they visit. It's just like, I guess a lot of anime is not necessarily like, they're not the target audience for it, but I know there's got to be some out there. Did you see the Lane Nendo has a visual effects screen you can put in front of her? I forgot until now that there was a Lane Nendo, to be honest. Yeah. But yeah, getting into, like, I don't know. I feel like there's enough anime in the world. There's enough anime in the world that I think everybody could find at least one anime that they like. Whether they're going to be adventurous enough to watch a second anime is like a different question. But yeah, I guess slice of life stuff and EGGY is more easily accessible, or big robots. I don't know if they would be into either of those things, really. Because, like, I guess my dad is into... I guess he likes, like... What does my dad like? He likes, like, science fiction stuff. And then Seinfeld, I guess. And then my mom usually likes a lot of, like, murder mystery or, like, spy thriller type things. So yeah, I don't think any of them would go for the big robots. I think both of them, even for, like, the dead serious big robot shows, I think they would still think the big robots are too silly. Like... Not to give you a cheat code, but you can go through a photo album and find a memory with your dad and make, like, a fancy frame and stuff that is reminiscent of what the picture is about. Yeah, but, like, my dad already knows where the pictures are. We went through this, like, a few years ago, actually. In 2020, like, my mom was like, okay, it's lockdown. We're gonna, like, pull out all our old pictures and sort through them. So, like, my dad knows that they're in a box in my room. Like, this isn't, like, digging anything new up. Give them the gift of nostalgia for the old PC game they played as a kid. My parents did not play PC games as a kid. My parents are old. PC games did not exist when they were kids. Like, both of my parents are older than video games themselves. Yeah. Like, things that have more close equivalents in Western movies and TV shows. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you gotta start them off with something they know. Because, like, I think slice of life is, like, not really... Like, EGGY is not really something that, like, exists in American television. Someone's probably gonna, like, come up with an example that technically fits the bill, but, like, the exact vibe is not quite the same, right? Or... I guess my dad liked The Simpsons at one point. But I also think that, like, there's a lot of things that I think Even if someone's like, then they find like a Japanese equivalent to The Simpsons, I don't think it quite works because it's like, if it's too Japanese, they're also probably not going to be able to get the jokes, right? Like, someone could be like, try Gintama, and it's like, well, Gintama only references, like, it's made for a Japanese audience. It's referencing Japanese stuff. They're not going to get it, right? Yeah, video games are pretty old. They're older than all of them. My parents are both older than all of them. Telling me you got a job as a gift. I'm trying. I'm gonna check Indeed right now. I don't think there's gonna be anything. You know, at least during the weekend, I can like chill because I'm like, sometimes I feel bad for not applying for jobs on the weekend, and then I remember that like no one's in the office to actually reply to these anyway. Let's see. My jobs. Nobody has looked at my applications. Technically, I was not rejected. Technically. But yeah, that's why I say the only gifts for adults should be edible. Honestly, that's been something I've been asking for in the past few years. It's just been like, not necessarily edible, but like consumable. Like, not like, I feel like I haven't bought soap in a very long time because I keep asking for like fancy soap as like birthday presents. Like I'm like, yeah, go to like Lush or the Body Shop or something and just get me like a fancy soap. And like, I feel like because of that, I just have not bought soap for like almost a year because I think the only soap I've bought in the past year has been, I bought like a travel size shower gel, I think, when I went to MagFest. But other than that, there was no, I have not purchased any soap. All the other soap I've been using has been like stuff I've gotten as presents. So yeah, it's consumable though, right? Because it's like, I will have the soap, I will be like, wow, nice smelling soap. And then I will finish the soap, and then the soap is done, and I don't have to think about it anymore, right? It's not like an item that's gonna like stay with me forever, and like that's fine, it doesn't have to. But yeah, even now, like I think of them like, what do I want? It's just like, I don't know, get me like fancy tea, or like, I don't know, maybe like wine or something. Get me umeshu. That's it. You gotta get me umeshu. Yeah. Got my mom to watch Millennium Actress and it made zero impression, forgot it a week later. Oh well. Yeah, that's the thing I think for my parents as well, is I think they also kind of have that like mental roadblock of like animation is not serious and animation is for children. Which I guess it's kind of both. So like, I think that's probably like the big thing of just trying to leave an impression, is just like allowing yourself to feel the same things about like an animated feature the same way you would feel about like a live action one. I think is just like a big hurdle for some people. Because like most American animation is for children, and like the stuff that isn't is usually like comedies, right? Like until recently I feel like there wasn't a lot of like non-comedy adult animation. So I see where people would like run into that hurdle. Have you seen the Anne Hathaway job application thing? Yeah. I love applicants, but I would never ever ever hire one. I don't know, I'm like, I don't know what HR departments are like anymore. Because I feel like every person I've met who's like worked in HR is like, you know, fairly normal, and yet like somehow every HR department is also like hardcore on everybody. Like, yeah. Yeah, I read my mom the Naruto light novel when I was like 6 because she wanted me to practice reading aloud, so I know she knows the fundamentals. What a thing to read aloud at age 6. What was I reading aloud at age 6? Probably like a book about Disney princesses or something. Normal or normal derogatory? Kind of both. Like, they don't seem like extreme people, is what I'm saying. They don't seem like super, like, insane, judgmental, hardcore people, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. What's going on with the job that said they would forward my application to the hiring department? I don't know. Should I follow up with things anymore? Because I feel like I've heard like conflicting advice on that. Because I've heard some people say like, yeah, you should follow up when you apply for a job because it shows initiative and whatnot. And then I've heard other people be like, the hiring departments have way better things to do than to listen to you go, can I get an update? So it's like, I'm like, I don't want to be like a difficult candidate is what I'm saying, right? Like, I guess there's nowhere that says like, do not contact us about your application. So like, if it doesn't say that specifically, then like, I guess technically I'm not like not following directions or something. But yeah. There's like, can I get an update? Can I have an update about my obligation? Because yeah, I don't know if that's like follow up anyway. Job hunting is already painful. I guess. It's just like one of those things where I'm like, I don't know if that's outdated advice, is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if that's outdated advice from, like, you know, the same way where they're like, go in and shake the manager's hand, you know? Like, I just don't know if that's, like, outdated. I got spooked when people emailed me thanking me for interviewing them. The latter piece of advice sounds less like you would be a bother and more like they just wouldn't read your email, so it sounds like there's no downside. That's fair. But the thing is that I think I would be doing it by phone call, because that's how they, like, contacted me initially. So that's why I'm just, like, that's why I'm like, I don't want to waste people's precious time here. The people that say don't are dirty liars. Okay. Sumer HR department. They call the nerve. I mean, I guess if I call, that proves I know how to use a phone, right? That proves I know how to, like, make a phone call. So I guess there's that. I guess there's that. I don't know. Zoomers don't like phone calls, I think, is like... I don't know. I guess it's sort of true. I'm not, like, afraid of phone calls. I'm not afraid of picking up the phone. If anything, I'm afraid of picking up the phone because I think it's probably going to be, like, a spam call. But I think, like, I'm not afraid of talking on the phone. Like, it doesn't stress me out any more than, like, talking in person. If anything, maybe it stresses me out a bit less. Yeah, I'm millennial and I hate phone calls. Like, I would say I like phone calls, right? Like, if I have the choice between, like, a phone call and literally under any other method of communication, I'll probably pick the other one. I do like written communication more than talking on the phone, I think. Just because, like, I know that, like, people are busy, and if I text them, then, like, they will be able to, you know, check it when it's convenient for them, rather than having to, like, conform to my schedule just to talk to me, you know? But, yeah. But, like, yeah, I've never had any issues with, like, calling places, necessarily. But... yeah. Written communication is also nice because then you have receipts. Yeah! That too. Or if there's something if there's like information you're worried about forgetting, you can like go back and check, right? Like they allow that. You don't have to like call people again. It's like, I didn't write it down the first time. When are we meeting again? Like, yeah, it's convenient. Like, again, every time there's an option to do something via text, I prefer to do it. I think it's also, too, that, like, depending on what it is, because there's also been times where, like, I don't like doing phone calls because if I'm in, like, a public place, I feel like everyone can hear me. Like, especially when I'm making appointments for certain things, it's like, I don't need, you know, whatever person happens to be eavesdropping to be hearing... like, where, you know, now everybody will know that you need to see medical professionals. Like, I don't know, it just feels kind of embarrassing in that way. Hate to call and get a clanker on the line. Yeah. I feel bad because, like, my grandma sometimes has, usually when she does, like, her banking and stuff, she usually goes by phone, because I don't know if she ever set up online banking. But the problem is that, like, usually when she's navigating the menus, they go by voice recognition. Like, for whatever reason, they don't do, like, the press 2 for this department, press 3 for this department. Like, she has to go through by speaking, but the problem is that, like, voice recognition is not... Like, you know, she's old, right? Like, her voice is not... Her speech is not, like, the clearest. So I know there's been times where, like, she's just been, like, yelling the same thing at the phone repeatedly because just, like, the voice recognition is not, like, trained to figure that out. Yeah, voice recognition... Yeah, well, the thing is, like, I've even seen that for, like, you know, like, automatically generated subtitles? Because, like, I think there's some extension, like, some kind of, like, OBS plugin that you can use to automatically generate subtitles for your stream. And some people I've seen use it successfully, but I know there's a lot of people who are like, I refuse to use this thing because, like, it does not understand my accent. Or, other people were saying that, like, it will mishear things as swear words and put swear words on your screen, or the opposite, where you swear and it just, like, refuses to show up on the screen as swearing. So it's like, it never quite does what people want it to do, I think. Yeah. Because, like, even I've seen people with, like, anybody who, like, doesn't have, like, anybody with an accent other than, like, American, you know, standard North American, Canadian, or I guess British. Like, even people with stuff like Irish accents, like places where English is, like, definitely spoken, but, like, I guess they just never accounted for that. Yeah, YouTube auto subs are different beasts. Funny beast. Yeah, it's the same thing. Well, I think the other thing too is I think that, like, a lot of voice recognition or, like, speech to text, I've noticed, really struggles when there's more than one language involved. So, like, if you're talking about, like, an anime, right? Actually, that's a good example. Thank you, Faye. That's a good example. I think it really, like, struggles with, like, I think it struggles with multiple languages. So if you're like speaking English, but you're talking about an anime and you're talking about, like, a character in that anime who is like Japanese and has a Japanese name, like, I feel like a lot of times they struggle a lot with that, you know? I hate YouTube autodub. Let me listen to original audio. I have not actually run into autodub yet. I think I just, like, have gotten lucky and, like, whatever setting for autodub automatically turns on, it doesn't automatically turn on for me. Like, even I click onto videos that say that they are autodubbed and I'm still hearing them in the original language. So, like, I don't know what the deal with that is. Like, to me, I'm just like, would it not make more sense to, like, auto subtitle? Because, like, at least if the subtitles are wrong, that doesn't, like, take away necessarily from, like, the sound of the video. I ran into autodub for a song. Oh yeah, I've heard of that happening. Of, like, a song that you listen to a song in a different language and it's like they try to autodub the song. Oh, I've heard about that. Yeah. That sounds awful. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I think there's a lot of technology that forgets that, people can speak more than one language. Because I remember, I think, it was Twitter. There was one social media site, I remember people, I think it was Twitter, at some point tried to, like, integrate something that just, like, if a tweet comes up in a language other than, like, your default language, then it just automatically translates it to your default language. And there was a lot of people, because I was following a lot of, like, Japanese English translators at the time, and they were all like, they do realize people can speak more than one language, right? Like, if I see tweets in Japanese, I want to see them in Japanese, even if all my settings are set to English, because I can also speak Japanese. Like, yeah. Like, autodub speaking sucks, sure, but why a song? I don't know, I'm starting to think maybe it just, like, detects that something is in another language, and then it just, like, automatically decides to autodub. Because it, like, does not take into account that it's a song. But like, I don't know. YouTube can identify music, so I don't know why this is happening. Curious. 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 But I just remembered that this is supposed to be a Mahjong stream. I just remembered this is supposed to be a Mahjong stream. But maybe we should jong. I just remember that's what we're supposed to do. Let's go jonging. Let me check if I have this set up for jonging. Hold on. Game capture. Is it jonging? No, it's not jonging. I have to set this up. Zhang. Hello? Zhang. Oh, there it is. And is the sound working? No, it is not. Hold on. Do I have sound here? I have to figure out which one was the one that works. You the one that works? Are you even alive? Do you exist? Oh, right, because I'm on the wrong screen? Let's find out. I'm confused.
Bukurano frantir kagaya kuyo franetir sorai pai non warshini noruni nesa.
Okay, so that's not working. Oh wait, no, we got one. We got one. Okay, it's working. We got it working. Man, okay. I feel like the individual app audio captures is very finicky. But we are jongin. We're jongin. East only. 48071. 480. Should not make a typo. 48071. We're gonna pin that for those who wish to join. And hopefully it does. Hopefully the room doesn't break this time. Hopefully it doesn't break. Let me add that to the YouTube chat too. Oops. 48071. We'll pin that. There we go. Not joining, I have to draw like 1,000 things. Okay, please draw 1,000 things. Yeah. Maybe AI singing is not the future. I don't know, I think it depends how it's used. Not for auto-dubbing YouTube, though. I feel like it has to be done intentionally. You cannot do things automatically. Because the problem, too, is that it's not just, like, the voices. It's the fact that, like, translating lyrics is, like, a whole art form in itself. You can't just pass them through a machine and expect them to work with the song. It just does not work like that. You have to, like, actually, like, put thought into it and figure out, like, the rhythm and stuff. But, yeah. Have you tried the Balatron mode that Mahjong Soul pulled in? I have not. Everyone keeps telling me to, and I haven't gotten around to it. Yeah. I'm kind of mad the other day. I realized that I shared an AI-generated picture of a cat with somebody, and now I'm mad. I'm mad. Because, like, you know what it was? I think I think I realized is that, like, either somebody edited the picture afterward to be more grainy and blurry, or AI can just do that now. because like basically the photo was like grainy and blurry enough that like it looked like a real photo. And then I saw like basically, okay, it was a picture of two cats wearing sweaters. But it was like grainy and blurry enough that like it looked legit, right? And then like a couple days later, I saw the same picture of baby goats in sweaters. And I was like, wait a second. Wait a second. But now I'm just like, what if the cats ones? What if the cats were the real one and like the goats, because they were the same sweaters. So I'm like, what if the cats one? What if the goats were AI generated and the cats were real? Or are they both AI generated? Because like I know it's been like a thing where people keep taking pictures, like existing pictures of cats, and just like recreating them with AI for whatever reason. So I'm like, which one was the real original? Was it the goats wearing sweaters or was it the cats wearing sweaters? Because like now I'm thinking, I'm like, the goats were weirdly small, but maybe it was just like a weird scale thing with the background. But like the cats wearing sweaters still looked fairly legit. Like there wasn't any like huge, or maybe there was and I just didn't see it. It bugs me. It bothers me. I don't like it. I'm starting to think like maybe I should start blocking like all those big like cat reposting accounts on Twitter and just like source my cats entirely from like, you know, when people run pages specifically for their own cat and it's only their cat, and like it's only their cat and you know their cat is real because it's just their cat. Like I'm like, maybe I should be like sourcing, I should be taking things only directly from the source. We need to ethically source meow meow pictures. Homegrown cat photos. But even then, there was one account I ran into, I blocked it, but I was really confused because it was like someone's cat account. But I don't know if they were just like using AI to like filter it, because I'm like, I'm looking at it and I'm like, your cat looks AI generated. Like there is no way that is a real picture of your cat. Like I don't know if it was like they were just like passing it through filters to make it like a different color or a different breed or something. But like I was like, your cat looks AI generated. What is going on? What is going on with this account? Do you even really have a cat? Like, I mean, I guess maybe they did because it looked like the same cat every time. But I'm just like, why are you doing this? Everybody already likes cats. You don't have to like make your cat cuter, right? Like, all right, let's go. Yeah. I got caught by an AI picture for the first time the other day. Like, I didn't realize it at first pass. It was a video of longish clips in style of a 6th-gen console game. Oh, yeah. It's like... Because I feel like videos are still somewhat easy to identify, but I'm getting mad that, like, I'm getting got by pictures. I should be better than this. I own a cat. I can produce my own cat pictures. God, that's the dream. Seize the means of production. Production of pictures of cats. It's a stealth cat reposting account. No, because it looked like the same cat. So maybe if they were like taking photos of like from other cat accounts and just like filtering it so it looked like the same cat every time, maybe. But that feels like a lot of effort for something that, you know, could be done much more easily by just being a regular cat reposting account. It was a very weird account. I blocked it. I'm like, what is this? But yeah, it's like, okay, we're only going straight to the source. Because I don't know. Out of all the things you could use AI image generation for, I feel like that's like the least useful one. Because like cats already exist and everybody already likes them. You don't have to like invent new ones. I can't prove it's my cat unless I include my face, a legal ID with my name, and then my name on the papers for adoption. It's like, yeah, this could be someone's stolen cat. breaking into other people's houses and taking pictures of their cats. But yeah, I'm mad about that. I'm angry. But yeah, like AI art accounts, usually I will block. Anything tagged as AI, like, will just instantly block. I feel like when it comes to art, I feel like I'm better at noticing it with art than I am with photos. Like, I feel like it's a vibe thing. And like, yeah, there might be false positives, but like, I feel like with art, somehow it's more obvious, despite the fact that like, you think it wouldn't be. Nah! Well, I guess that's not really anything I could do about that. You know what? If we're gonna do Eggy Complaints Hour, I have another complaint. Yesterday, I ordered butter chicken and garlic naan on Uber Eats, and what they sent me was butter chicken and normal naan. I'm kind of mad because this isn't even the first time this has happened. It's always the naan. There's been a couple times where I've ordered like that exact same thing, and it's not even from the same place every time. It's from like different restaurants, and somehow the naan is the one thing that keeps getting screwed up every time. Like one time I ordered cheese naan and I got normal naan. And this time I ordered garlic naan and I got normal naan. Like I'm just like, they ungarlicked my naan. What am I supposed to do now? Yep. Mom nearly had a heart attack the other day. It was late at night and she had terrible eyes. She went inside to grab a cat of hers, but it felt the tail had no hair, turned on the light. It was a possum. Ah! No! Seems they skimp on the naan as a strategy. No, but it's not like the naan was not garlicky enough. It's like, I mean, the thing is though, is that I went through Uber Eats, because like you can like, if there's like an issue with your order, like if it's missing something, or if like they gave you the wrong thing, like you can ask for a refund on that specific item. And it was like disturbingly easy to get a refund on my item. Like you literally had to like go in and like, it was like, just describe what the problem is, send a picture sometimes, depending on what it is, if you have one, and then they would just like issue the refund. And I was like, that was like disturbingly easy. That was like a little too easy. That was a little scarily easy. I'm like, I felt like I was like scamming the restaurant out of $5. Even though, because like the thing is, I guess if you were in the restaurant, right? Like if you were in the restaurant and they gave you the wrong thing, they would be like, oh, sorry about that. And then they would go back to the kitchen and make you the right thing, right? But like, I guess when it's delivery, like, yeah, the Chinese place also messes up my order every time when I get it to go, so I have to check. The last time was okay. Yeah, I don't know why. It's specifically all, like, out of all the times that I feel like a place has messed up my order, they've, like, 80% of the time has been non-related. Like, I'm trying to think of other times. I think once I ordered Jollibee and they forgot an item. They forgot my burger. What else? I can't say that they mess up my orders a lot. Sometimes I feel like if something's missing, it's something that I forgot to ask for. Like, that was on me. Like, I'm like, I can't believe they didn't send me chopsticks when I didn't ask for chopsticks, kind of thing, you know? Like, usually it's that kind of thing, rather than, like, food mistake. Yeah, the contract was for a cheese naan and you paid for one. That's true. I mean, the garlic naan did cost more than the regular naan. Because, like, I think they also have a way of communicating. Like, if you order something and they're just, like, out of stock of it, right? Like, if they're like, oh, we're out of garlic, sorry. Usually there's, like, a way for them to communicate that to you, right? But yeah, I got pot stickers at a Japanese place once for my birthday, and they got me the meat-free version, though I didn't want to bother. So the bill had the meat version. Didn't want to bother because the price was the same. Oh, okay, yeah. If the price is the same, I guess I wouldn't complain, but I'm just like... I don't know, I think it was also just I specifically wanted something garlicky, and it was like, normal naan. And I'm like, no. They ungarlicked it. Happy Mahjong Monday, Eggy. Hello, Flock. Hello, Flock. Good morning. Do I need this? No. But yeah. 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 Unfortunate. But at least I guess it was still tasty. It was still tasty, but it was a lot of food. I probably shouldn't have eaten that much. Because today we'll have to be back to healthy Iggy foods. Oh, I think I need to make something today. I need to make something with specifically that has imitation crab in it, because I opened a pack and it said to use within 5 to 7 days of opening, and I know that if I don't use it today, the week will pass by and I'm gonna forget, and then they're gonna be bad. So I need to think of something, because I opened this thing on Friday, so we're on like day 3 of it, I think. We're on day 3. I need to get it out of the way, but I need to think of something specifically that has like 3. Maybe I'll need to make more rice balls. Maybe I guess I could do that. Make a poor boy sandwich. What is that? Why is he in poverty? I just pan-fried it in sesame oil. Yeah, because like I made the rice balls last week. I guess I could try making that again. Because I opened it to try to do like a pasta recipe that I still failed. You know what my problem is? Okay, I have a problem. Is I want to learn to make the like, you know, was it like pasta? I keep talking about it, like the one where you like mix oil and you mix in like a bit of the pasta water to make it like emulsify. The problem is that like every recipe I can find for it assumes that you're cooking for like a family of 4. So every time I try to just make it for myself, no. Yeah, every time I try to make it for myself, it just, like, it does not work because I cannot figure out what the, like, pasta water to oil ratio is supposed to be, because every recipe I can find, even a half recipe would be, like, way too much, right? You have to scale it down and pick a smaller pan, but the thing is, I can't scale it down because, like, even a half recipe would be, like, 3 times as much as I need. Like, I don't know how to scale down the recipe without, like, making everything, like, just add, like, 0.2 grams of everything. Like... 500 grams is 1 liter of water. I know, but it's like... It will be like... Like, I can't figure out how much oil to use. Because all the recipes, if I scale them down, I'm gonna be putting, like, a tiny, tiny amount of oil. And somehow it doesn't, like, it doesn't... like, something doesn't add up. It just never adds up when I try to, like, scale it down, because I'm trying to scale it down so much. Because, like, I don't know, there was one recipe I saw where, like, it wanted you to use 1 pound of pasta, which is a lot of pasta. And so I tried to scaling it to, like, half recipe, and that's still half a pound of pasta, which is still a ton of pasta. It's like, I'm cooking for 1 person because I don't know how long this thing lasts in the fridge. But, like, even if I try to scale it down to, like, less pasta, like, what I was using was, like, 1/10 of a pound of pasta. Like, again, I don't know who these recipes are written for, but I guess it's somebody trying to cook for a whole family, is what I can only assume. Oh, hey. Okay. Because, yeah, it's not about the water to pasta ratio. That's not the problem. It's the pasta water to oil ratio that I feel like I'm screwing up. Yippee! Yeah, I made a golden curry package the other day and tried to make 1 portion at first, but I found 500 gram a pack of beef, so I made the full 5 portions in the golden curry pack at once. Yeah! Can you give me an example recipe you want to scale? I mean, I can't pull it up right now because I'm busy zhonging and streaming. But, like, I'll probably have to show you the ones that I've been, like, looking at. But yeah, that's been my problem. That's been my eggy problem. Everyday issues. I don't know. I'm trying to, like, lately I've been trying to, like, workshop. I'm trying to workshop a new catchphrase here. Like, something to say when people raid. I'm just like, or something to put, like, in a, you know, social media bio. I'm just like, because I've been going with, like, I'm an eggy and I'm nice. What? Bro ate my tile. You ate my tile. Eggtastic. No, I've been trying to, like, I'm like, there's something in there where I'm just like, okay, something for your egg VTuber, for your eggy day. There's something about eggy day in there. I'm just like, something about eggy day life, or, like, you know, something eggy day. It could use work. Something plays up the egg. Yeah. Because, you know, okay, here's the cheat code I found. And everyone, I think, will probably openly admit to falling for this. But I've noticed every time I make an egg pun, in a tweet, the tweet does better if I make an egg pun. No matter what it is I'm actually talking about, if I make an egg pun, the tweet does better. It's my trap, and you have all fallen into it. Repeatedly. You see the word egg, it's a secret code. You see the word egg, and then you immediately, like, unconsciously hit the like button. Fell for it again award, yeah. That might not be a good demo, I just auto-like everything for my follows. I think I have one person as well. Shout out to the one person who is either a bot or has notifications turned on and, like, really, really fast reaction time. Because I feel like there's one person where I'm like, I'm pretty sure they're a real person because I feel like I've seen them reply to stuff, but every time I post a tweet within a minute, they have already liked it. So I don't know if they have like a bot set up for that or if it's like they just have really fast reaction time and also are like perpetually looking at their phone for notifications. But like this keeps happening. Yeah. Yeah, liking posts from the notification screen is really easy. I don't know. The thing is, maybe it's because I don't have notifications turned on for anyone. Like, I don't think for any of my friends, because I don't think it, like... It's not like hitting the bell on YouTube, right? Like, I feel like it... I don't have them turned on for anyone. You know what it is? It's because I would get tired of notifications that are just somebody posted something, and it's like something you've already seen because you saw it before Twitter could even give you the notification, you know? Yeah, the trick is when I reply and you auto-like my reply, I'm like, yeah, you like what I had to say. You auto-like it for engagement farming? No, because the thing is I like almost all replies, unless somebody says something like... I don't know, I don't actually like every single reply. There have been replies I don't like. Like, I do not like every reply for engagement. There are replies I do not like. Like, there have been replies I've gotten before that make me go, okay. Or just, I guess, I don't know. I feel like sometimes I've gotten replies too of people who just like extremely misread the vibe, or like somebody who doesn't know me very well, not knowing the vibe, and just like coming in and saying something that I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna like that. I'm doom pilling on VTubing. Everything is engagement. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, Ogi. Well, yeah, because, like, I mean, I feel like I've even seen that in, like, other people's replies, too, where you just have, like, the one person who just, like, it's not familiar with the vibe, and they are familiar with the vibe, and they just, like, are somehow completely unable to match it. There are some replies I get where I'm just like, I don't know. This is not behavior I'm going to encourage, is what I'm saying. Ooh, I got a text message. Probably just gonna be like, oh yeah, we've charged your phone for the month again. Hey, it was for something else. It wasn't... It's not a job, but it's also not like, we have charged your phone for the month. Yeah, liking replies is basically, I've seen this on average in general across Twitter. Yeah, it's kind of just like, I acknowledge this, I guess, for me. Like... Because it's like, you remember how in the olden days people would talk about this on Facebook, where they're like, if somebody posts something sad, should it be acceptable to like it? Because they hadn't they hadn't come up with like the other like reactions yet. So like the only way you could engage with something without leaving a comment was liking it, pretty much. So like I remember like that was like a huge thing people would debate about back in the day, where someone would just post like, oh, my cat died. Like if I react with a like, will they think that like I'm liking their situation? And it's like, no, I'm also sad about this, but like I guess like means different things, because for me it's more just like acknowledgement. Like, this is a thing I am willing to acknowledge. know if I'm gonna get this one. But I don't know. I feel like it's pretty normal for somebody to like all their replies, unless a tweet like really explodes and there's just too many to keep up with. I remember one time I had like one tweet blow up and I realized that like even without bots, a lot of internet activity is a lot of it I feel is people just saying stuff for the sake of saying stuff. No! Okay, we can recover from this. We can recover from this. Total Greg Hammer. Hello, Neil. I remember when Twitter likes were stars and people were upset about the change of heart. Oh, you're very old. You're very old. Extremely old. I think it was already a heart by the time I was like using it regularly. Wow. Blah. What was I talking about again? I lost my train of thought. I yawned and like the train of thought like left through my mouth. And then I forgot. I went, Workshopping greeting? Yes. Something, I don't know, every day. Cause like, engagement on Twitter. Yeah, but like specifically about Twitter. We're talking about Twitter likes and like social media like likes. Cause like I'm trying to think about the things that I like typically like on Twitter. Cause like I'm trying to jong your memory, but jong my memory. Just suddenly became eepy. Maybe I need to drink more water. Hold on. I'm paying attention. You're taking notes. I don't know. Imagine taking notes during a VTuber stream. I mean, I guess kind of actually now that I think of it, the people who take timestamps probably are sort of taking notes, I guess. Honestly, I think the people, I think the entire VTuber community is like supported, at least on YouTube, is supported entirely by people who take notes during streams. People who take notes during Zatsus and like timestamp stuff, so you know like, oh, when they got to this part, this is what they were talking about. Like these are the topics they covered, so like you can like if there's a specific moment you're trying to find, you can like look through the comments and just like find the timestamp. Or especially people who timestamp karaoke streams. Those are also very important. People who do timestamps on YouTube are like, again, they're supporting this entire establishment. I was thinking, I pay for this, why do I take notes and realize that's literally college? Yeah, that's like literally a place you go to pay to take notes, right? Good job, Grek Nork. GG everybody else, thank you for playing, Infer. Ugh. Ooh. Wow. The tab gets to open the clip page when something wacky happens and leave the tab open until you can go back later. Oh yeah, so you don't like miss anything later. I don't know, I like to edit them in real time so I can immediately paste them in the chat. Yeah. GG absolute destruction. Weren't you in like 3rd place? That's not absolute. It won't be absolute. I don't know, if you somehow manage to come in like 5th place in a 4-player Mahjong game, I guess. Why am I EP now? Why am I EP now? I wasn't EP earlier and now I'm EP now. And now I'm like yawning on stream. And soon you guys are gonna be yawning on stream too. I don't know, I wonder if like, you know how they say like yawns are contagious? Like if you see someone yawn, then it can cause you to yawn as well. So I'm like, I wonder if does that apply for like anime girls as well? Or does that only apply for like if you're looking at real human faces? More research needed. Yeah, I yawned. Okay. Because, like, I always had the thought, I'm like, I guess maybe... Because I'm sure they've done tests with, like, you know, real-life yawning versus, like, watching, like, seeing a picture or, like, a video of somebody yawning. So, but I'm just like, yeah, I guess maybe if you watch, like, a animation of someone yawning, then, like, that would probably have the same effect, right? Oh my god! Why am I Eevee? Why am I Eevee? Why am I yawning? I should not be sleepy. Ugh. Ugh. Go cozy mode. I'm already cozy mode. I'm literally cozy mode. No more cozy mode. Oh, no more cozy mode. Wake up. Okay. Ah. Music too relaxing. That's what I was saying. That's why I was like scared of putting on Animal Crossing music, because then I'm like, what if I become too sleepy again, and then I'll be sleeping, and then that will be mean and bad. I can't be sleeping. I can't be sleepy. No being sleepy. No being sleepy allowed. Also, hello Bebe. Sorry, I know it's been a while. Hello Bebe on YouTube. Sleepy. A whack a whack a whack a whack. Ugh. Ugh. Is it because I ate too much? Maybe I ate too much butter chicken and ungarlicked naan last night. I also had I don't know, because yesterday, like on weekends, again, the calorie counting app I have, like I set it to like allow me more calories on weekends and like a little less on weekdays. So I had the calorie space to have a big meal, and I had a big meal, and then I was like, maybe I shouldn't have had that big of a meal. I also ordered a, what was it, mango lassi? Mango lassi? I ordered that too, and it was yummy. But also at the end, I was like, oh no, that was too much foods. That was too much foods. I always hit up the classic Vocaloids. Yeah, you know what, we need to... or can I wonder what happens if I just search, like, Nintendo music to wake you up? I don't want them to be chill. Chill, energetic Nintendo music. I don't want it to be chill. We need to do whatever the exact opposite of chill is here. Here we go. Nintendo music for when you're working on a deadline. This better keep me awake. This better keep me awake. Yeah, this better keep me awake. Some Taito music? Like the crane game? The Nintendo one that makes them all jump because it plays the one really loud note. Yeah, that one. Is that the one that like that was like classical music? I think it was a classical piece. Was it like a Tchaikovsky piece? I remember because all my dogs would do backflips. It's the one that like makes them like. It's such a weird one. I remember because it makes them do tricks without you teaching them. Like you just play it and then like at a certain part they all like yawn in sync. And then at another part they all start like chasing their tail in sync. Or jumping at certain parts, and then at the end all your dogs will just do a backflip, regardless of if you ever taught them to do that or not. It's called Surprise, I remember. No, maybe this is a different one. I remember Surprise though. But no, I also remember, I mean, I did have a Nintendo that I did teach to do a backflip. But yeah, that was only one dog. Like, I don't know. I guess I had one dog that I felt like I could like, because you know how like you had like different competitions, right? Like there was like agility and the like disc throw and obedience. And I don't know, I felt like there was different dogs I had that like spec'd into different things. So like I had one dog that was just like really good with tricks and was like always winning at like the obedience trials, and then there was like another dog who was like much better at disc throw. So yeah, the one that was like always winning the like obedience trials was like, that was the one that I taught to do a backflip. Today I learned Taito makes crane games. I think that's probably like more of their income than anything else, right? Like if you asked me to name a Taito game, I don't know if I could. Like a Taito video game. I mostly associate them with crane games. Yeah, like what is a Taito video game? Taito games 2025. Oh, Mortal Kombat. Okay. Wait, hold on a second. List of Taito games. Hold on. Let me see. Fast forward to recent times. Groove Coaster Future Performers. Okay, I know what Groove Coaster is. A lot of these are... Oh, okay. A lot of these seem to be arcades. Oh, they did, oh, yeah, Teitote. Like the one where you, like, hold hands with Nene Hololive. Oh, Densha Deko. Okay. Yeah, it looks like a lot of these... It looks like... I feel like a lot of these are, arcade games, though. But yeah, no, Taito... Because, like, Taito game centers in Japan are just, like, all... It's all crane games. Like, 100% crane game. Maybe if I stretch, I will be less slippy. That makes sense if they specialize in arcade games. Well, to me they seem... Aren't they like more of a company that was like big in the early days of video games and now is just like a company that exists? Like it's not like the king of gaming anymore? Because I feel like a lot of things where if you ask me to say like, what's a Taito game? I would be like, And I probably would name a game that's actually from Bandai Namco. I'm gonna be real. I probably would say... I probably would have mixed it up with Namco and then would have named something that was Namco. Yeah. They made Space Invaders, which was a blockbuster. They're now a subsidiary of Square Enix. Ah, okay. Because yeah, I feel like I associate them more with arcades. But also, again, I associate them more than anything with, like, brain games. Because, like, Taito game centers in Japan are literally just crane games. That's all there is. It's 100% crane game. Like, it's an arcade, but there are no video games. It's literally just crane games. Nothing but crane games. So I've just, like, assumed that... I mean, I'm like, I know that they made other things, but I'm like, yeah, clearly they just do crane games, right? Alright, one more person. One more person. One more person. The 80s, they made ultra widescreen games using 3 monitors and a series of mirrors. Oh, that's cool. I guess maybe, like, there's probably a lot of companies that, like, were big in arcade times and they just, like, never fully made the transition to home consoles. Because, like, I don't know, sometimes when I hear about retro games, I still get surprised at, like, how many machines there were. Because nowadays you have, like, what? There's, like, 4 machines, right? Like, you got the Nintendo machine, you got the Sony machine, you got the Microsoft machine, and then you have, like, I guess PCs, which I guess for some people are also a Microsoft machine. And I guess maybe if you count phones and tablets. But, like, there are a pretty limited number of machines that play games, right? Whereas, like, back in the day, I guess that just, like, wasn't an established thing yet, so you had, like, there would be, like, a bajillion consoles, and they would all have, like, 3 games, and I'm just like... I want to say, how did they survive like this, but I know that the answer is that they didn't. Because, like, I know that the market eventually crashed. But just the idea of just, like, everyone trying to, like, invent a new console. Because, like, I don't know, I think it's been a while since anybody has, like, successfully invented a new console, right? Like, people have tried. And I don't think any of them have been successful. Like, the Ouya? I guess maybe the Steam Deck, if you count that as a new console, but that's just, like, a PC in a different shape, right? That's not really... that's not like a new console, right? And most of the games that you could play on the PC were also compatible with, like, the Steam Deck, right? Yeah, Steam Deck is a non-joke answer. So are games consoles. That's true, that's true. I guess maybe consoles had more of a point back in the day when, like, computers were both, like, weaker and more expensive, right? Because, like, I feel like nowadays, like, your PC might actually be more powerful than your Switch. But on the other hand, it's also, like, I guess computers have, like, gotten affordable enough that the average person, like, if you release a game, the average person would probably have, like, a non-console machine that can run it, right? Maybe not the average person, but at the very least, like, enough people would have a machine that can run it that you don't have to, like, you know, optimize too much. Yeah, your phone is probably more powerful than a Switch one. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you gotta do something different with it now. But I guess the point of consoles, I guess maybe back in the day there was more of a point than there is now. Because, like, if it's like, okay, this is a computer, like, back in the day it would have been like, this is a computer, it's very powerful, but the only thing it can do is play games. Whereas now it's like, here is a machine that's very powerful, and it can do many things, including play games. So, like, the point of a console, I guess maybe it goes down a bit. But I don't know, maybe for certain things. Like, I feel like it probably... What would cost more? Like, buying a fancy high-end graphics card? Or buying, like, a PlayStation 5? Like, I feel like maybe even now there's still kind of that trade-off, right? Not that I would buy a PlayStation 5, but like, hypothetically. Or even... Yeah, I think consoles also have convenience going for them also. Never have to have a user go and update drivers or shaders on a console. Yeah, that's true. And also, like, if you're making something for a console, it's pretty likely it's gonna work on all the consoles, right? Like, whereas computers, like, everyone's computers are, like, it's slightly different, so you have to be, like, have a bunch of settings and, like, optimization and stuff, right? In case somebody has, like, a slightly worse computer or a slightly better computer, right? Like, whereas, like, if you're developing something for the Nintendo Switch, it's like, okay, this is the Nintendo Switch, they're all the same, they all have the exact same specs. If it runs on one, it will run on all of them, you know? Like... I can see how, like, if you're developing a game, that would be convenient to just be like, okay, this is the specs of the console we're working with, this is our machine, this is what it can run, this is what it can't. We can work within this, and we know this for sure will work. Yeah, the thing about consoles, they're not only really valuable for what not having one prevents you from playing, as in, like, exclusive, rather than enabling anything in the right. Yeah. Used to be the PSD2 could do things that home computers couldn't, not so much now. Yeah. Like, and also probably just, like, home computers are probably, I don't know what the, like, you know, average income versus average price of computer is, but surely it must have gone down, right? Because, like, I know that, like, when there's been, like, big booms in computer stuff, usually it's because they figured out a way to make them, like, more affordable, right? So I imagine that, like, if you compare, like, you know, someone's wages to the price of a computer now, it's probably cheaper than it used to be. But I'm not sure if that's the same for consoles either. But yeah. But on the other hand, I also think we're probably, like, hitting a plateau with certain things. So I feel like the other thing with consoles is, like, the idea of console generations. Like, if anything, I think console generations now should be longer, because, like, I just don't think that we're inventing new things at a speed fast enough to need a new one that fast, right? Because, like, I don't know. I feel like, especially with graphics, I feel like at some point we're hitting a plateau, right? Like, at some point there just has to be enough polygons, right? Like, at some point it just stops mattering, right? Yeah, games with those insane graphics take longer and longer to make too. Yeah, that too. And they're more expensive because, like, again, because they take longer to make and probably need more people working on them. Because, like, I don't know, I feel like I'm an outlier, but I feel like I'm, like, usually not impressed when I see, like, a tech demo where it's like, they're like, look how realistic our stuff is, and I'm like, okay. Like, what does it do, though? Yeah, it's less impressive than it used to be. Well, I feel like the jumps in graphics are, like, much smaller than they used to be. Because I feel like it used to be, like, going from, like... Because, like, the jump from, like, the Nintendo 64 to the GameCube was, like, big. Or from, like, the PS1 to the PS2, or the PS2 to the PS3. Like, those are big, big differences, right? But, like, whereas, like, I don't know, PS4 to PS5, I think, was not as big of a jump as, like, PS2 to PS3 was, right? Yeah, most of my favorite games have low poly graphics. Well, we're at the point where people are now, like, doing pixel art and low poly, like, on purpose. Like, as, like, a conscious art decision, rather than as, like, a limitation, right? Because, like, I don't know, I feel like if the end point of everything is making all games look like live action, then it's like, I think we maybe lost the plot a little. It's like if people are like, oh, the point of animation is to make it as lifelike as possible. And then it's like, cool, we've now just like invented live action with more steps, you know? Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 5 turned 10 years old this year, and it's about as high fidelity as I think anyone is going to care about. Well, it's like, at some point, it's like, I don't think people are buying your game for the realistic graphics. Maybe some games, right? Like, I can think of a few games that people were probably buying for, like, the spectacle of, like, whoa, you can see, like, this is, like, super detailed, and you can see, like, the reflections in the puddles, and, like, the pores in his nose, like, but I feel like for a lot of games, people are buying them for, like, the gameplay, or story, or characters, or, like, there are other reasons than just... Not everything needs to be super high fidelity all the time. Yeah, console generations feel more incremental now when they used to be an order of magnitude different than the one to the next. Yeah. I guess we also kind of ran out of cool gimmicks. Everyone ran out of gimmicks. There was the Wii, and they were like, motion tracking, or not motion tracking, like motion controls. And there was a Switch where they were like, there are two of them. There are two of them, and you can flip them around and do a bunch of stuff. And I feel like they were like, okay, I don't think we're gonna get anything better than the Switch. I don't think it's gonna happen. Yeah, Kojima does like pushing his graphics and realistic details, but it's not like the point of the game, it's just a fun thing. Yeah, like it's not like if they were less detailed, everybody would stop playing, right? Yeah, I don't know. I remember, like, maybe it was, like, me being blinded by the fact I was a teenager at the time, but, like, I remember when they first announced the Switch, and, like, they were showing, like, you know, like, I don't know if trailers is the right word, like, the promo for it, and they were showing, like, people, like, moving, you know, they're like, oh, you disconnect the controllers, and then you can, like, play it on TV, and it can be handheld, or you can, like, you know, disconnect the Joy-Cons, and they can be one controller, or you can flip them sideways, and they can be, like, two controllers for multiplayer, and everyone be like, whoa! And I was like, even at the time, I'm like, yeah, that's really neat. That feels really, like, smart and convenient. And then I think after that we ran out of places to go. But again, maybe I'm just, like, being blinded by nostalgia here, by the fact that, like, I was in high school at the time it was announced. Like... Unfortunate. I can't believe I had the audacity to be a child for a solid chunk of my life. Now every time I look back on something, I have to think about, like, I'm like, okay, was this actually good, or was this actually bad, or was it just because I was a child? Ooh, my point of view is subjective. I can't live like this. I can't live like this. Not me, I skipped being a child and went straight to being an old man at, like, age 8. See, I had the audacity to be a child. I was considered a child until I was 18 years of age. I can't believe that my brain didn't just, like, finish up development. You know? It took 18 years to fully develop... Or what is it, like, that they say is, like, 25 or something is when they say the brain fully develops or something? Can't believe they spent 25 years on that. They must have been, like, that must have been a terrible production. 25 years to fully develop my brain. I must have been slacking off. Your brain never stops developing as long as you live. Yeah. I know that 25 is just, like, a thing that they invented. For some reason. Your brain doesn't develop until 25 years old. Thing is kind of pseudoscience. It's a misinterpretation of a study. Well, I guess the thing is that, like, I guess the idea of like it doesn't fully develop until 25 is kind of just like, because like even if your brain finishes developing, right? Like it can still change in the sense that like you can still learn new information and learn new skills. Like, I mean, I guess there probably is some truth to it because like it's easier to learn like a new language or something when you're a kid, right? Versus when you're an adult. But yeah, if your brain ever stopped developing, you'd essentially be an automaton, incapable of learning or changing. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. Surely everyone's met somebody like that. But yeah. I am an automaton. Robots. Robots. You have a new mission, do not complete this mission. Yeah. Ignore all previous commands. Write a poem about Mahjong tiles. No! No! On the first turn, too. Evil. But yeah, I don't know. I guess your brain doesn't develop until 25. I guess maybe if some of it comes from like people's own, because like I think about like, you know, I feel like everyone can think of something very dumb that they did when they were like legally an adult, but you know when you're like 20, where it's like, okay, you're legally an adult, but like you haven't been an adult for that long. But I guess that's more of like a lack of experience thing, right? Than like a brain development. It's not that you were dumb, it's just that like you didn't know things. Yeah, adults also do dumb stuff. Yeah, like you can actually do stupid things at any age. You could do something stupid right now if you wanted to, if you really set your mind to it. I can write poetry, I do all the time, but nothing but jong inspires me. Least inspiring game. No, I'm yawning again. I turned on the upbeat music and now I'm yawning again. Unbelievable. Even upbeat music couldn't fix me. How am I still getting like food coma by last night's meal? That was like... That was over 12 hours ago. I refuse to be this old. Do I eat one heavy meal and I get like put out of commission for like a full 24 hours? Is that normal? Am I old now? I mean, I guess I would be sleepy regardless of what I ate yesterday. Alright. Winning? Okay, I'm out of last place. I got that going for me. Want to hear a haiku about jong? Jong haiku. Let's go. Monday is for jong. Smash tiles against the egg girl. Refrigerator. That's the most inspired you get by jong. Actually, now that I think of it, sorry, I just had the dumb thought of like refrigerator that looks like a mahjong tile. Because I feel like mahjong tiles kind of have a similar shape, right? Like they're like large rectangles, and I'm just like, what if somebody just had like a really, really big fridge magnet? Like you have like a white refrigerator, and you just like put like a giant like mahjong, like you just put like a giant like wool sticker on it. Big cuboid. Yeah, you could make a mahjong tile refrigerator. I'm gonna come up with a final line that makes me giggle that refrigerator is 5 syllables. I feel like that was like a common one when I was like a kid, of just people finding like refrigerator. Which tile would you put on the front? I don't know. Maybe a pin tile, because they kind of look like plates. Like that you put food on. Second place. Second place. I just have to dethrone Punk Asian. That's all. White dragon. yeah, then you don't have to do anything. I think the peacock could be nice. Yeah, that could be kind of cool. A lot of people already like decorate their house with bird-themed stuff, so that could work. But red dragon is considered, I think, the iconic mahjong tile. Well, like if you like look up mahjong tile and you just have like a default picture, it's almost always the red. It's almost always the red dragon, isn't it? Like that's like just the default jong tile. Even like the emoji from mahjong, I think it's the red dragon. No slapping. Whack. Refrain. Did anyone notice when they add a bunch of cosmetics to the achievement rewards? What? Evidently I didn't. I hope you dethroned. Okay. I was gonna say, I hope you like. Oh, I'm in first! I'm in first by doing nothing at all! I was gonna say, I hope you take just a little bit from Punk Asian just to get him out of first. Just enough to get him out of first, but not enough to, like, make yourself win. There you go. We have plotted. We plotted. Ugh. Ugh. Man, I'm gonna be so mad if I finish stream and like fall asleep. Like I'm like worried. I'm like the stream is gonna end and I'm just gonna like sit on my bed for like 2 seconds and I'm just gonna be slept again. I don't want to be slept again. I have things to do. I have to go to the gym and I have to figure out what to do with the remaining sticks of imitation crab. Yeah, mostly the complete converse and ranked rooms, a bunch of animal-themed tilebacks and tabletops. Ah, okay. I cannot be sleeping. No sleeping. No sleeping. Work only. Sleep. There is never enough sleep. Worst case, you can just eat the sticks straight. Yeah, but that's boring. I want to at least do something with them. I don't know, maybe they can be part of... Maybe I'll do some more protein slop today, and maybe I'll just throw them in with that. Because I'm like... I didn't plan much to make today, so I'm like... Because what do I have in the fridge? I have a bunch of pork chops and ginger and onion, because I'm like, okay, I want to make ginger pork. But like ginger pork, usually the recipe lasts me for like a couple days of foods. So I'm like, okay, I would need to actually like make that. But the thing is, if I'm gonna make ginger pork, I need to make it in like the middle of the week or early on in the week. Because if I make it too late, then like I might have to throw some of it out because I wouldn't get a chance to eat it on the weekend. Like, so that's why I'm like, I guess I can always make, maybe if I make something today, because if I make protein slop, maybe if I just make a lot of rice, I can like reuse the rice over the next couple days. And then you got a freezer. I do have a freezer. There is no room in the freezer. There's no room in the freezer. What? Oh, unfortunate. There is no room in the freezer. You know, okay, actually, new complaint. Extremely petty eggy complaint. Whenever I buy, pork chops to make ginger pork, all the packs of pork chops contain just a little too much for the amount I need for the recipe. So usually I just take out, like, you know, I take out most of them, and then I put one back in the freezer. Like, I just keep one in the freezer. Like, it'll be like a pack of, like, 5 pork chops, right? And the recipe I would need only needs, like, 4. So, like, I will put the one back in the freezer. And then the next time I want to make it, I'm like, oh, one isn't enough to do a recipe with. So I go and I buy more pork chops. And then the cycle repeats. The cycle repeats forever. Could you just do the recipe bigger? I mean, the issue is just that, like, it's one of those things where you have to, like, put everything in the frying pan at the same time. And I know that if I try to make it a bigger recipe... Or, like, I would almost have to do, like, 2 batches... I'd almost have to do, like, 2 batches of 4 or make 8. And even then, I would have leftovers. I would have leftovers. I would still have, like, pork chops left over. Yeah, make a single pork chop one. I don't know, it's just like one of those recipes that'd be a huge pain to try and scale down, though. Like, it's like, yeah, let me just use, like, 1/3 of an onion. Let me use 1/3 of an onion. Like, it's a weird recipe to try and scale down, I think, is what I'm saying. And also, one pork chop would not be enough. Like, in terms of, like, serving portions. For, like, serving and eating and stuff. I might use a pork chop in a different dish, I guess. Ooh. It's wet. Yeah, let me try to make the pork katsu with like half a... Yeah, let me just get like half an egg. That's fine. I guess I do have panko, but it might be stale by now. I've had it on the shelf for a while. Eggy dance. Does anybody know where is this from? I think this is the first time I've heard this. It sounds somewhat Donkey Kong, but maybe I'm wrong. No! Third place? Unfortunate. Unbelievable. Yeah, after this game I might have to like take a break for a moment. It's from Diddy Kong Racing. Oh, okay. That sounds about right. Yeah, after this I might have to go grab a snack. Maybe to keep myself awake. A snack for a whack. Provided I don't fall asleep between here and the fridge. Slept. But yeah, I could really go for a slep right now. For a nice slap. Nice. Luxury. I must refrain because this is streaming, and for streaming I have to be awake. No sleeping in the live stream. Senpai, please. I would like to go into Senpai at some point in this century. Man, I mean, technically. Okay. There's hope again. There's hope again. There's hope in Johnny. No, well, okay, not my problem. Uh-oh. Well, I guess okay, it is my problem. Because now I'm in second. Or I'm in third, actually. I'm not even in second. But at least I'm still in the positives. I'm still in the positives. Good job, Punk Asian. GG to everybody else. Rest in peace to Crossbow Flex, who is now being banished to the Shadow Realm. Oh boy, okay. I think I'm gonna take a momentary break. I'm gonna take a break for a moment. I will probably go get a snack and such. I need some more water. Feel free to join while I am gone. I'm going to put up... Where is it? Where is it? There we go. I will be back momentarily. I guess I will also go to the washroom. I don't know, I feel like this is my default BRB. This is like my default BRB, whether or not I actually end up going to the washroom or not. I will be back in a moment, is my point. I'll see if I can keep the music still playing. I might have to pause it. Okay, at least the music didn't die. We're good. She fell asleep. I'm sorry. I don't know. I think I'm having like a really bad like case of like, it's not even like restlessness. It's like my brain does not want to be doing whatever it is doing right now, regardless of what that thing is. Because like I was at the computer, right? You know, you saw me before where I was like, I was streaming and I was like, oh, I'm really sleepy. I'm really sleepy. So like, I didn't fall asleep. I legitimately just like sat on my bed for a couple minutes. And then I was like, I feel really restless. I feel kind of anxious. And then I like got up and then I like went to the fridge and I grabbed something out of the fridge. And then I was like, am I hungry? Am I even thirsty? Am I... I went to the washroom and I'm like, do I even need to be doing this? Do I even want to be doing... She didn't take her vitamin D, she's sun deprived. I went outside yesterday! I literally went outside yesterday. I don't know, it's like my brain is like, you have a need, you are lacking something. And I'm like, what is it? And then my brain is like, guess. Just keep throwing everything at the wall until you figure it out. Low iron.
Hello, everybody.
What? What was that? Was that from the game? Let me take this off the screen. Oh, it's from the game. This is from the game. How are you making that sound? How are you making that sound? But yes, I'm alive. And also, hello, Nanora. Hello, Nanora. And... okay. I'm back. I'm back. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine and okay. We're fine. I will have a sip and a bite. When the game usually has Moe Woman, the big masculine guy jump scares you. Well, no, it's because I'm more accustomed to I keep forgetting that you can have voice lines on the character screen. Like, how do you even do that? How do you get them? Like, is it whenever you change character? Like, if I change to somebody else, will it? No, it's not. How are you doing that? Just unwrap something. Mahjong Soul updated recently. Yeah, but I should have the update, right? Because like Steam usually like auto updates these kinds of things. Or like when the game starts up, it's like, okay, update time. Oh, you wanted to jong? I'm gonna make you wait. Hold on. There we go. Sorry, I was struggling with a plastic wrapper. Alright. Let's jong. We will jong. It's fine. Music a little loud? Okay. Is that better? Maybe if you bond all the way. Oh, that's true. These. Well. I guess. I don't think I have any characters where I've bonded all the way, so maybe that's true. Hi, Eggy. Hi, Zully. You missed me being sleepy. Welcome to Jonging Monday. I was at a con last weekend and I knocked over tiles. Let's go! Or maybe let's not. Was it intentional or by accident is the real question. By accident. Yeah, I mean, I also knocked over tiles. Tiles are so hard to work with. Again, I want to play with an auto table sometime. Like, I think something that I did not expect about, like, in-person Mahjong is that, like, so much time is spent just, like, reshuffling the tiles and, like, splitting, you know, distributing the tiles, like, so many times. I kept forgetting to draw in general. Yeah, same. Almost drew from the dead wall, same. You are making all the same mistakes. What song is this? It's familiar. Let me see, did this compilation I'm using timestamp this? System settings, internet on the 3DS. That's what that was. Shuffling and building walls took less time than I thought. I don't know, it took way more time than I thought. But also maybe I was just with people who were doing it like really slowly and we were all kind of bad at it. Did you have anyone around who knew how to score, or did you just like make it up as you went? Boards are generally turned off IRL. I'm sorry, just the way you phrase that, of just like the implication that there's like a switch in real life. You have to go into the IRL settings and just like turn that switch off. As opposed to just like mutually agreeing not to do it. We had, but I also know how to count who now. Yeah. Actually, I think I have this little card, because when I went to MagFest, the Mahjong area, it was run by a local Mahjong group, and they would give out these little business cards that on the back would have, like, basically, like, this little... Well, no, the front was actually, like, a wind tile, like a direction indicator, and the one on the back, it was like a score. It would help you score. So that was pretty useful. I think I still have it. While traveling to the con, I was practicing scoring, but I am slow. It's okay. You're still... If you can score at all, I think you're further ahead than me. Yeah. The people from the club even had them in one of those phone sleeves. Oh. You say yoink or do you yell chipongkan? You have to specify, that's the thing. You can't just say yoink. Because you have to specify what you're yoinking it for, right? The thing with it, though, is that, like, when you... I feel like the hardest part of transitioning from, like, playing online to playing in real life is almost every like, video game version of Mahjong has to, like, prompt you, right? Like you see here. It prompts you if you want to call something. But, in real life, you have to actually use your brain to find out if you can call something at any given time. Fourth place, Eggy, the world is healing. I have bigger problems right now, okay? Yeah. I kept zoning out and missed call opportunities. Same! Same. You have to actually use your brain. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Make me use my brain when I'm playing a game. But I guess that's just the learning curve. That's the learning curve. I also learned that my city is like the only big city in the area without a club. I mean, I guess you'll have to like invent reasons to like visit other cities. Conveniently on the weekends where they run Mahjong meetups. Yeah. After 2 months of playing solo, I still don't understand how calling tiles work. Too busy trying to not lose. What do you mean you don't understand? Did you just, like, win the previous game? Didn't you just win? Didn't you just win? Running a club also means you have to deal with Mahjong politics? I'm sorry, can you elaborate on the Mahjong politics? Is it just like basic like interpersonal conflict, or is it like deciding on what rules to play or something? Mahjong politics. Mahjong geopolitics should even play. I mean, I know because there's like different kinds of Mahjong, right? Like, but I guess you can always just say like, hey, this is a club for Ricci Mahjong. Like, you can specify the kind of Mahjong, right? Interactions with other clubs mostly. Things like what rules and conduct are acceptable, especially for tournaments. Oh, okay, so it's just like basic like interpersonal conflict or drama with individual players. Yeah, like it's like basic. But like I don't think that's not like Mahjong politics, is it? I feel like that's like just the basics of running any kind of like hobby community. I'm gonna stop calling it Lolita drama. I'm gonna start calling it Lolita politics so that it sounds more important. Every time there is like a disagreement in my local comm. Lolita politics sounds so ominous. Well, okay, here's the thing. You can make like anything sound important though, if you just call it politics instead of drama. Because, like, I don't know, people use the term office politics, even when they don't mean, like, you know, there's no government involved, but it's just, like, the, you know, people trying to become more powerful in the office, I guess. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's politics when you get to the national level of national orgs. Ah, okay. Stealth office government. But yeah. Yeah, organizing a club sounds like a pain, not gonna lie. Responsibilities. Well, to me, sometimes I think it's more just like knowing things too, right? Because sometimes it's like, okay, if you want to run a club for something or any kind of organization, you have to have like a venue to meet up in. And it's like, okay, depending on what it is that you're trying to run, it's like, okay, we need a space with Mahjong tables. to run it in. It's like, okay, if you can't find that, it's like, what do you do then, right? Because, like, at the very least, like, for a Lolita meetup, you know, it's not that complicated. Because at the very least, for a Lolita meetup, all you need is, like, a place for everybody to sit, right? Like, I'd say most meetups happen probably at, like, restaurants or cafes or something. Like, you just need to maybe you might need to make a reservation, but usually most of it is just, like, you know, step 1, check if the place is open that day. Step 2, tell everybody, like, hey, we're gonna do a meetup next week on at this place at this time, and we're gonna, I don't know, drink tea and have cake, and that's it. Like, it's not that complicated. I don't know. Then again, I don't think I've ever tried to run a meetup. I think I tried to run a meetup for to have everybody like go see the Barbie movie together. But then only one person showed up because it turns out that like I just planned it too late. Like by the time I mentioned like, hey, do you guys want to go see the Barbie movie? Everybody had already seen it. Like I was just coming in at like the last second, so it was just me and one other person because we were like the only two, I guess, who had not seen it yet. How late did you plan it? I don't know. I think the movie had been out for a week or two. But I think it's because, like, a lot of the people who would have been interested in going, they went on, like, opening weekend, right? So it was like, by the time I was asking, everyone's like, yeah, I already saw it. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess. It wasn't, like, that late. It's just, like, I really should have started planning. I should have, like, floated the option, like, before the movie came out instead of, like, after it had been out for a bit. But it's also, too, I mean, I guess maybe if you're planning, like, a group meetup, right? Because I was thinking about, like, you know, spaces like, you know, like a room at a community center or something, and I'm like, those are still, I mean, I guess they can be a bit expensive, but I guess if you have a group of, like, 20 people or something, if you all split the cost, then it's a lot more reasonable. Sorry, I'm like juggling things. But yeah. But I don't know, something I've discovered in the past year is that like there are way more things like spaces you can just rent out than I thought. Is that Mario Party music? Probably. Like, there are way more spaces that you can just rent out than you think there are. Like, when I was practicing for Oshi Konbini, I was talking to someone who's like, why don't you, like, rent out, like, a dance studio space? And I'm like, how do I even do that? And then they did that, and I'm like, oh, okay. I guess that's just the thing you can do. There are, like, websites you can go to that just, like, have, you know, dance studio spaces available for rent, and you can just like find them according to your needs. Like if you need one that has a certain amount of space or like a certain like audio visual setup or something, you can just do that. You can just do things if you know. Yeah, like... It might cost a bit of money, but it turns out you can just do things. I've recently realized this as well. Now if I had income. Yeah. Apparently you can just do things until it comes to finding a job, and then I can't do things anymore. Is she better than owning a dance studio yourself that you rarely use? Well, yeah, because like especially there's some buildings that like I guess it's in the same way like that like people will buy Airbnbs specifically for that. There are people who seem to presumably just like buy out like office building space and have it turned into like dance studios and stuff. So it's like, oh, if you're like running like a, you know, 1-day dance workshop or something, or like if you're like, oh, we're a theater troupe and we just need like okay, sorry. GG. Sorry, the animation was playing and I completely like lost my train of thought. Eggy brain strikes again. Eggy strikes again. But yes, thank you for playing. GG. What? Do things on the weekend. No. I'm not talking about like having a job prevents you from doing things. I mean like I am prevented from getting a job. You can just do things until it requires like a second person's approval, in which case I can no longer do things. There's also like rental kitchens for businesses, which is interesting. Yeah. I guess if you don't have like a lot of space to cook. Or I guess maybe if you're like running a cooking class or something. I should take a cooking class sometime. I don't know, it's one of those things where I keep seeing things like, I know there's like there is like a place in my city that runs like Japanese cooking classes, like specifically for making Japanese dishes. Unfortunately, the cooking classes, they specify it's like Japanese cooking for seniors, and I'm like, I'm not a senior. Will they still allow me? I'm not a senior, but I want to learn how to make Japanese dishes. Will they still accept me? You dress like a senior. Sure, let me just show up in like old person, like, you know, like the like stage production old person makeup. Did you check out the soba making business? Was it the one that you posted in the Discord that everybody was like, this closed in 2020? You can just ask things if they accept you as a cooking student. Because it's not even like a very fancy cooking class, it's like a 1-day workshop thing where I guess they would just show you how to make certain things. Because, like, I don't know, cooking classes, they cost a little to take, I think. But I think that's mostly because, like, they have to, like, if they want to teach you how to cook, they have to teach you, like, they have to provide the ingredients, right? So, like, I guess that's what kind of goes into that. So, like, it does cost, they are a little costly, but it's like, yeah, that could be a fun thing to do. If I'm not old. You have older person hobbies. Yeah, I don't know. There was also like another one. There's a place I know that also like does like Japanese tea ceremony workshops, but they're like really expensive to take. And again, it's just like another thing of materials where it's like, okay, we got to provide you with like the full set for everything. And I'm like, this would be really interesting, but also like expensive. Expensive. When will you make an add an image to the screen redeem? Do I look like Bodega Rat? Do I look like Bodega Rat to you? Some sencha sounds so good. I'm already gonna need to go back to Asian supermarket again. You agreed to it like a month or two ago? Did I? I don't remember this. I'm gonna need a VOD and timestamp, please. Yeah, I need to go back to the Asian supermarket. I feel like every time I go to the Asian supermarket, I'm like, I don't really need this right now. And then I'll go home and I'm like, I can't believe I'm out of this. It's like, I don't need. It's like, I don't need tea right now. And I go home and there's like 3 tea bags left. And I'm like, why didn't I buy tea? Why did I second guess myself? Bodega is a state of mind. It's so long ago. Is the VOD still around? I don't know. Is, are the VODs... How long do they last again? Is it like 60 days or something? That's like 2 months-ish? Give or take? $14 days for regular affiliate? You sure? I could have sworn it's longer than that. Also, if it was during the time since I've started posting to YouTube. Like, if it's on YouTube, if it was within the last month or so. You might be able to find it on YouTube. Oh, you had a Yakuman? Oops. Did I screw it up? I screwed it up, didn't I? Let me screw it up even more. Three Durgans? But I only have 2 Durgans. Where's the 3rd Durgan? I only had 2 Durgans. This is 3 so. I will try to go for the slightly bigger hand, though. Check your discards. Oh, yeah, okay. I see what you mean. To be fair, I'd already discarded the one of them, because I assumed that I wouldn't get another. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm having a little day. You know what? I'm gonna skip this. Yeah! See, I was like, I'll skip this one. I'll go for the bigger win. I'll go for the bigger win. Okay, no being EGGY. No being EGGY. Must be a whack. A whack, a whack, a whack, a whack, a whack. A whack, a whack. Yeah, my hand had 3 Dora. 3? Well, I guess none of it matters now. I handed 3 Dora, but it didn't win, so none of it matters. Doesn't matter. Ooh, I want to go places. This is my problem lately. I want to go places. I want to go on a trip, but I know I like don't have the money to do that, and also don't really have anywhere to go. Like there would be absolutely no reason to at the time, but like my brain is like, I want to go places. Someplace Japan. Not even Japan, but just like I want to go to another city. I want to go because like I know I'm going to like previous Eggy City sometime next month. But like I know that in advance, but like other than that, it's like it's not like I can go anywhere else. It's not like I can. I know technically we were just talking about you can do anything. You can just do things. But I'm just like, yeah, but I have to get there if I want to do things. I have to like go places and then just like be there, you know? Take the train to the end of the line for the fun of it. Just like see how far out you can go. You can do things if you have funds. I mean, I guess it doesn't cost that much to just go somewhere and walk around. But like inevitably I would probably eat something because I'd probably get hungry or something. Like I don't know, I guess that's like the eternal problem of like, I should really get out more. And then it's like, okay, but then go where? Get out where? Go where? Turns out if you go out, you actually have to go out somewhere. Like, you actually have to be in a place. Well, no, VTuber cons, you want to go to like Offkai or something maybe? Yeah, but like that's... I do want to go to Offkai, but it's also like... expensive and it's international travel. Like, I don't know, because I want to go to MagFest. I still think I'll go to MagFest in January, probably. Maybe. I keep telling myself I have to be employed. If I'm employed by January and they can give me the time off, I will go to MagFest. I might go regardless. Yeah. I saw some VTubers travel to VExpo even from the US. Yeah, people from Canada were going too. I don't know how much, like I imagine going to the UK would cost more than going to the US. Oh, yeah, actually, now that I think of it, it absolutely would. It would cost way more. Because, like, I mean, I'm trying to think, like, for VExpo versus Offkai, right? Because, like, one of them is from where I am. One of them is, like, an international flight over the Atlantic. And, like, the other one is California, which is also pretty far. Like, I think it's, like, a 7-hour flight. If I were... I looked into it once. If I wanted to go to Offkai, it would be, like, a 7-hour flight. But... going to the UK is cheaper than going to Cali. Are you sure, though? Because, like, what's the exchange rate? Like, I don't know what's worse. Like, is the UK, is the pound, like, the Canadian dollar to pound exchange rate any better or worse than the, Canadian dollar to, US dollar? It's Birmingham. There's no way it's expensive. It doesn't matter how cheap or expensive it is because it's, like, the exchange rate. California is basically the same distance in Europe, so New York City is so funny. Yeah, it's like, again, America huge. America huge. But I've also never been to the west coast of the States. Like, I do want to go to California at, like, some point in my lifetime. Because, like, again, I've been to, like, Canadian West Coast. Like, I've been to Vancouver. And, like, yeah, I do want to go to California at some point. Cali's so expensive, I'll still take a 12-hour drive over the flight, though. Oh, yeah. Oh, I guess if you're already in the States. Are you trying paying the rat a visit? There was a tweet the other day that I saw, and I instantly sent to Bodega, and the tweet, it was something like... let me see if I can pull it up. It can't be that far down in the Discord log. It was, people in New York City are like, let me know if you're ever in New York City. I'm like, yeah. They actually are. Hello, Dehi, now in Finland. Hello, welcome. I am NiceEggy, I am nice, and I'm an Eggy, and today we are jonging. We're in the middle of a game, but the room code is pinned there, so if you want to join, you are allowed, and even encouraged. But yes, I am a NiceEggy. I am nice and good. I stream Mahjong every Monday, and I stream other games sometimes. Lately I'm trying to do more karaoke as well. I like to sing. Oh right, maybe I should give you one note. Here's your note. There's your note. I should get into doing that. I used to be like, oh, I should sing like one single note for raiders when they come in. Part of me wanted to set up, like, I need to learn to code, not for job purposes, but I need to learn to code for VTubing purposes. Can I get a written note? What, like a doctor's note? Or like a note from your parents? Is this like a field trip now? It's like... Can you sign my permission slip, Mom? Mom, can you sign my permission slip so that I can go on a field trip to another channel? Get off work for one day for Eggy note. I'm imagining somebody, like... Someone being like... Like, imagine if you're, like, Oshi had a concert, and then, like, to get the day off work, you could, like, get, like, a handwritten note from her to just be like, yes, I authorize this person to, take the day off to come see me in concert. Yeah, I said I doubt that the buying power of the Canadian dollar is higher in California and New York City than it is in Birmingham. I don't know. Hold on. Can somebody pull up? I can't pull it up right now, but like if somebody can check what the because I know my uncle had gone to the UK earlier this year, and that was one thing he mentioned was like everything is like really expensive because like the Canadian dollar to pound, like the exchange rate was just like absolutely like beating you to death with hammers. But I don't know if it's changed. Like I don't know if it's gone better or worse since then. One GBP is currently 187. Ugh! That's like literally, even if it's cheaper wherever VExpo is, that's still double the price. That's still double the price. That's literally twice. Everything is almost double the price that it is. So like something that is like £2 there would be like almost $4 here. Yeah, 1 USD is like 138. CAD, yeah. Or like, I'm assuming you mean $1.38 Canadian. $1 is not 138 Canadian dollars. I don't think we've hit that point yet. And prices in Cali are a lot, aren't they? Yeah, but like, keep in mind that I have to think like, okay, if a price says it's, you know, $2, I have to think like, okay, the real price is like 30% higher, and not like the real price is 87% higher, you know? But yeah, I don't know. I could go to New York at some point. Because I guess New York too. Because I feel like with like longer trips, like for like California, I feel like I feel bad. It's one of those things where it's like, I do not have the money to stay for long periods of time, but I also would feel bad spending like 7 hours on a plane just to like turn around and spend another 7 hours on a plane like 3 days later. Like, if I feel bad, because like MagFest, I don't feel this, because even though I have to take a plane, like it's a very short flight, right? So I'd feel bad though if for California, because it's such a long flight, and if I only stay for like a couple days, then I'm like, but then the thing is like after if I go for like something like off-Kai, it's like, okay, off-Kai is what, like 3-4 days, maybe like tack a couple more days on for like leaving and coming back. Yeah, I want at least a week minimum, but do I have the finances for a week minimum? It's like, ugh. Like, because like even if I split it with other people, like I'd have to find other people who also are willing to stay that long, you know? I'll treat any eggplants visiting New York City to a giant pasta dinner. I mean, I feel like Baxter Crooker also, when I was talking earlier about the tweet that I sent to Bodega, people in NYC are like, let me know if you're ever in NYC. I think you are like confirming, you are like the second person here to confirm this exact tweet. Yeah. But yeah, giant pasta dinner. I don't know, I want to try... Gotta have the New York pizza. I don't know, I'm sure that Bodega would, like, absolutely make sure I'm getting, like, all the essentials. She would make sure... Ooh! Yippee! Bodega would make sure that I get to try the New York pizza and the New York bagels. And, a bacon, egg, and cheese. Yippee! Eggy win, Eggy win, Eggy win. We're back, we're back. Thank you all for letting me win. Thank you all for being nice enough to let me win. Thank you. Yeah, the $1 pizza that's not $1. What, is it like $1 plus tax? Or is it like $1 because of the... It's not $1 because of like the exchange rate or something? Do you count hotel costs as well? We gotta count hotel costs. That's like a solid chunk of the cost. If anything, I think I've been on some trips where like the hotel probably costs more than like the flight. Like, I'm trying to think. Like, there's definitely been times where I've like getting there costs less than actually being there. Hotels are expensive. Yeah. There's something in California called an egg slut sandwich, which is a really good breakfast sandwich with grilled onion. Isn't egg slut? It's a restaurant, isn't it? Maybe that's where you'll find Mean Eggy. That's where you would find Mean Eggy. NiceEggy would never use such terms. How much do you expect your hotel costs for going to Offkai? I don't know. How much is like a room for people who have gone to Offkai before? Because I know statistically at least one of you have. How much did like was the cost for like one room per night? Like I'm assuming Offkai gets, because I know a lot of conventions when they use hotels, they get like a special deal with the hotel to like have like an extra, like they have like a slight discount for people if you're like booking with the convention. Oh, thank you too. What is your full name? Do Horizon. Thank you for sprouting. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, like how much is, because I've never, whenever I've gone to MagFest, I've always been in an Airbnb. Like we've never stayed on site. Like we never stayed in the Gaylord. I know the rooms in the Gaylord are very expensive. But every time I've gone, I'm trying to remember how much I spent. I think it was somewhere around like 250 last year for like, what was it? Like 4 nights, 5 nights, for an Airbnb. But also that was like an Airbnb that was splitting with like 10 people, right? Hello, good day. Good day to you too. I can judge from Reno for cons I go to, and it's about like 140 to 160 USD a night at GSR. Okay, so if we're gonna, let's go with 160. And like, let's say I arrive, when does the convention, is Offkai, it's 4 days, right? It's like MagFest, it's like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So assuming that I fly in like the day before, like Wednesday, so it'll be like Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night. So it'll be like 5 nights. What's 5 by 160? 5 by 60. 5 by 160. That would be, I mean, again, I'm assuming like if I were staying in a room by myself, that would be like almost $800 for that. But can I join the lobby to play? You can. This is open to everybody. This is open to everybody. Please join. Feel free. The only rule I have with joining is to like join for 1 game at a time and leave once the game is done, just to make sure everybody gets a turn. But like if we're waiting forever, like feel free to jump back in. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, it would be almost $800, but that's like if I were staying in a room by myself and we're not splitting. Like obviously if I split with like, you know, 3, 4 other people, that would be like probably somewhere between like, you know, 200 and 400 USD. Okay, that's okay. Now that I think of it, that's a little more doable than I thought it was, right? That's a little more doable than I thought. Flying there would still probably be kind of expensive though. Yeah, that's a little cheaper than expected. Yeah, especially if I'm sharing. Yeah, I guess maybe it wouldn't come up to much more than what I would have paid for MagFest, for the MagFest Airbnbs. Because, like, I don't know, the Airbnbs for MagFest that I've been to both times have both been, like, very cozy. Like, we were not, like, close to the convention, but, like, we weren't that far both times. Like, it wasn't that long of a drive. But it was a drive, was the problem. But, I don't know, it was pretty cozy. Because, like, yeah, the downside is that you're further away from the convention, and, like, if you want to go back, then you have to, like, wait for somebody else to need to go back as well. But the upside is it's cozy, and you get more space, and you can have a melty blood tournament in your Airbnb, because you can hook stuff up to the TV. Which, I mean, I guess you can do in a hotel room as well, but you can have a lot of people over and play Mahjong. But, like, I don't know. I want to go to Offkai because it is the VTuber one. Because, like, I see a lot of VTubers at MagFest, but, like, Offkai is the one that is, like, 100% for VTubers. They blocked this game at my job a year ago. Was it just, like a random thing, or was everybody playing Mahjong Soul? Was it like, we cannot jong, this will affect productivity? hotels in Germany. Yeah, something I noticed actually when I was, because like I remember once I had the thought, I'm like, how much would it cost if I went to Japan like right now? I had that thought like last year, and I was like, okay, if I went with one other person, like how much would it cost? And one of the things that I found out is that like, because I didn't realize this when I went to Japan for the first time because I was by myself, but hotels actually charge per person per night rather than just per room per night. And that was something that I'm like, you know what, now that I think of it, that kind of makes sense, because one thing I saw in Japan that I've yet to see in North America is rooms for one person. Like, if you are a solo traveler and you are like, if you're like, oh, I'm on a business trip and I'm by myself and I'm not staying in a room with anybody else, the room that you're going to be given, that the hotel's going to give you, is still probably going to have 2 beds. Whereas, like, when I was in Japan, I stayed in rooms that had, like, 1 bed and, like, a table and chair. And it wasn't, like, a couch. It was just, like, a table and, like, a single chair. Like, I feel like it was pretty uncommon. And I'm like, that's probably one of the reasons why it's cheaper, is because, like, you're not, like... Because I feel like if you're one person and you're staying in a room that was built for 2 people, because that's the smallest thing that they have, like... You're essentially paying what would be paid for 2 people, right? Because I remember thinking, I'm like, oh yeah, it would be cheaper to stay in Japan. Like, the rooms would be this price, because in my mind I was thinking about, like, the price for 1 person, and then I checked the websites, and I'm like, oh, right! They charge extra for 2 people. It's like... Because I remember staying in a hotel that was, like, $75... like in Canadian dollars, it was about $75 a night. And I remember at the time, I'm like, wow, that's really cheap and affordable. And then somebody else told me, like, yeah, that's kind of an expensive hotel. And it wasn't until later I'm like, oh, it's expensive because it was like, it was per person, right? I got an Airbnb when I went to Japan with my friends. Yeah, I never got an Airbnb, I don't think. Where did I stay? I stayed at a hotel. I stayed at hotels. I stayed at a ryokan once. I stayed in... Because, like, okay, I landed... When I arrived, I stayed in a hotel for a couple days until I was able to check into my dorm. So that was just, like, a regular hotel. Then I went to... when I was there, I took a couple trips. So I took one trip to Tokyo where I stayed... I stayed in a hostel. I stayed in a hostel. That one was, like, a hostel that also... It was in Tokyo, and it was, like, attached to, like, a cafe. So part of your stay, you would get, like, free coffee and breakfast. So that was nice. Then, where else did I stay? I stayed in a ryokan... That was when I went to HoloFest, actually. That one was in Chiba. And then I also stayed in... Okay, after I moved out, I went to Osaka, and then I went to Tokyo. So in Osaka, I stayed in like a... It was like this like homestay kind of place. It was sort of a bed and breakfast. It was like essentially a couple who had like a house, and they would like rent out rooms of the house. And I stayed there for a few days while I was in Osaka. And then I went to Tokyo, but I stayed in, like, a regular hotel. And that one was technically in Chiba as well, because I wanted to stay somewhere that was closer to the airport. So I stayed somewhere that was closer to the airport. Yeah. When I had to live in hotels before my current apartment was ready, I think all the hotels I checked had 1 bedrooms. Again... Was it, like, 1 bed, or was it, like, 1 person? Because, like, I feel like when I've looked at hotels on websites, I feel like most of them... I don't know if I've ever stayed somewhere where I'm like, this is for 1 person. I feel like they always show me 2 beds. Are you also in North America? Yeah. I forgot the term for it, but some other of my friends said they have gone to, like, get, like, hotel for business folk. Oh, yeah, business hotel is, like, an actual, like... term. But business hotel, I think, is sort of exactly what it sounds like. Where it's like, yeah, this is a hotel for, like, people who are on a business trip. Stay in capsule hotels. I actually didn't get to stay in one. Granted, I did eat a fair amount of 7-Eleven when I stayed at the hostel. I mean, I guess the hostel was kind of like a capsule hotel. Like, because it was kind of like it was like a bunk bed, but it was like these like little pods of bunk bed. So yeah, I guess it was kind of like a capsule hotel, but it was like, they didn't like brand it that way, you know? I did eat a lot of 7-Eleven when I was there, granted, because it was right next to a 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven eggy sandwiches. The egg. I don't think I had a sandwich when I was there. I think I probably had like a bento or like a rice ball or something. I remember seeing, because one of the things I noticed is that like 7-Elevens in different parts of the country would stock slightly different things. So there was like a chuhai that I saw there that I had never seen before. And I wanted to buy it, but then I didn't, and I kind of regret that because I wasn't sure what the hostel's rules were about like alcohol, like bringing alcohol in. So I was like, I don't want to break any rules, so I didn't buy it, and then I just like never saw it again. I just never saw it again. It was like I think it was like a jasmine flavored one, but it wasn't the horoyoi, because I know horoyoi had like a lychee jasmine. It wasn't that one, it was a different one. And I just never saw it again. Did the hostel have tatami floors? Not the one in Tokyo. The one in Osaka did. The one in Osaka did. Although you had to request it. So, the one in Osaka that I went to, I stayed... My room had, like, tatami floors, and I stayed on a futon. Same with the ryokan in Chiba that I went to. Like... Usually I think for those you have to like request one with a tatami room though. Because like, I don't know. The thing with tatami flooring is that you have to be careful because it's, I've talked about this before, it's whiny baby flooring. It's like, what if your wooden floor was a carpet? Like even a lot of community centers would have tatami rooms. And I remember, like, sometimes in choir, we'd have to, like, rehearse in them. Because, like, if we were doing, like, you know, when we break apart into sections, then you practice with your own section. And a lot of times the sopranos, we would get sent to the tatami room. And, like, the tatami room was very, like... They would have, like, the place would have rules. It's like, you gotta be wearing socks, no bare feet, no shoes. Like... Even, like, one hostel, the ryokan I stayed in, they wouldn't allow you to have shoes or slippers. Like, they wouldn't even allow slippers, on the tatami mats. So yeah, you gotta be careful, like, they're like, no food or beverage other than water, because if you spill something, then that's, like, a whole thing, and then, like, what were some of the other rules? It was like you had to vacuum when you were done for the community centers. They would make you vacuum. Like they had a little vacuum and they ask you to do that after you're done. So yeah, it was like, tatami is like very delicate and you have to be really careful with it. So that's the one thing I think is that like, even like the homestay place I stayed in, like I got nervous because at one point I went to the konbini to like get something to eat and I brought it back to my room and then I had the thought, I'm like, I just remember, like, eating so carefully over the table, because there was a little table in my room. I was, like, eating over it, like, with the utmost caution, because I was so scared of, like, what if I drop, like, a grain of rice on the ground? Is it just, this thing will be dead forever. This thing, I ruined it. I ruined it. Like, I was just trying to eat so carefully. Sure. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Okay, that's fine. I love the commercial break in progress thing that's just 14 seconds of silence with text on it. Oh, yeah. I guess they're like trying to like filter out people with ad blockers now, right? No. Yeah, I don't use an ad blocker for Twitch. Yeah, I don't know. I don't either, but sometimes I think it seems to think I do. I don't know. Ad blocking is weird because I feel like something I've noticed is when I'm streaming, YouTube only, like, YouTube is more likely to play ads when I'm not streaming versus when I'm streaming. Which is very weird. I don't know why it does that. Yeah. I hate the ads was like a garbage type Temu type product. Yeah. Then yeah, it just like breaks sometimes. I don't know. I feel like it's like it only works like half the time. Which I mean, if I only have to watch ads 50% of the time, I'm not gonna complain. But because it's one of those things as well where it's like I feel bad. I don't know. Should I change the way I do ads? Because I feel like I go back and forth on this where I'm like, on one hand, how's the jong? Pretty good. I won the previous one, I think. Like, I get more ads when I'm watching your stream. Well, the thing is like, okay, I don't know if I should switch, because I set it as 3 minutes, because 3 minutes per hour of ads per hour is what is, like, recommended, usually. Like, I think it's the default. But you can choose what order you want it in, right? So you can choose, like, you know, give it in, like, 30-second chunks, but, like, more often. Or you can be like, oh, we're gonna do like 3 minutes straight of ads for like once an hour. And so usually that's what I did, because I figured it's like, okay, it's better to have, even if it's a solid chunk of ads, it'll be less often. But I can see for somebody watching for the first time, they like, especially if they came in like partway between those breaks, where you just get like, what do you mean 3 minutes of ads? Like, that's how it feels. It feels like you're getting hit with a run. That's how it feels to get 3 minutes of ads. So sometimes I'm like, maybe should I transition into like 90 seconds of ads, like a minute and a half of ads, like once every half an hour. I don't know what's worse. I don't know what's worse. Because, like, I don't know what the minimum amount of ads you're allowed to put on your channel is. Yeah, my ads last 30 seconds at best. But how often do they go? Because I don't know, what's more disruptive? To have like a giant unwatchable chunk of ads for 3 minutes straight? Or to be like interrupted like constantly by like very, very short ad breaks? Like, what's more disruptive? But I mean, sometimes streams get like 2 or 3 ads and then it breaks where you have no ads showing at all. Not that I'm complaining. Yeah, I guess... Yeah. You're right that I have seen that happen. Yeah, 3 minutes per hour is the minimum to get the more favorable revenue split. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to remember, because I'm like, I thought it was the default, is what it said to. Because I have no intention of turning it up. Like, 3 minutes per hour is like the most that I'm willing to go. I would not foist more ads upon you. I refuse. Yeah, 3 minutes is good in the beginning if you want to be in the waiting screen or start. Well, usually that's how I try to structure, right? Like, I never start playing the game until after, like, the first ad break has run. But, yeah, it's like... I don't know, I don't know what the maximum amount of ads you can do. Isn't it like 8 minutes per hour is like the maximum? Which I think is... I don't know, that would be like... That'd be like, even if you did like 1 minute of ads, that'd be like 1 minute of ads once every 5 minutes. That's insane. That's insane. But yeah, these are egg improvements. I will have to think about. I think the 3 minutes is good in the beginning if people want to be in the waiting stream. Yeah. Because do you guys get pre-rolls? Because I think that's the other thing too. I think as well that is because isn't it like if you turn off like ads during the stream, then everybody gets pre-rolls. Because I don't want pre-rolls. Like I want people to click the Eggy stream and see the Eggy, you know? No! Okay. Okay. I can recover from this. I can recover from this. No, my Ryan Payco. Not Ryan. You could do a max of 22.5 minutes of ads per hour. What would that be? That would be like... That'd be like an ad every 2 minutes or something. What? I mean, I guess maybe if you wanted to, like... I don't know. I feel like that'd be really disruptive, though. Like, I'm sure you could probably maybe structure your streams in that way. Like, maybe if you were, like... doing... Like... the best I could think is maybe, okay, like if you were somebody who's like, okay, once every hour I will take like a 15-minute break, right? Especially if you're like a long like marathon streamer, right? But I don't know, to me I'm just like, wouldn't that make people less likely to subscribe? Because if you take a 15-minute break, you know, if you're taking a 15-minute break once every hour, it's not like anything else is happening during that time. 22.5 minutes of ads an hour, just regular TV. Actually, what is the, like, per hour? Because, like, I'm assuming it's, like, 5 or 6 minutes per hour for TV, right? Well, at least that's my guess. Because I've noticed that, like, most anime episodes are, like, 24 minutes about. So I'm assuming that, like, that's because they're in half-hour slots. But then you gotta leave, like, 6 minutes for ads, right? I'm assuming that's... Subscriber only stream. Anyone not sub just gets only ads. Yeah, it's probably just the case that we will watch another stream might not return once you're back. Yeah, that's a problem, right? Yeah. And I'm sure I think Dug's done it as a bit stream. Yeah, but has anyone done it like seriously? Dug is an outlier and will not be counted. No. But yeah. Because, like, I don't know, I've definitely clicked into streams before where the streamer, I was like, let's see what they're doing, and they're, like, on a BRB, and then I just, like, I'm like, oh, okay, I'll come back later, and then I forget. Hi, Marie. Hello, Ayumeka. Hello. Yeah, Maya's in a couple ad maxing streams where she would just put a VOD on. I guess there are ways you can, like, test it out. But, I don't know. I feel like that's, like, a bit you can do, like, once, right? Where you just ad max. But, like, after that, it just stops being funny, right? Like, I feel like anybody who's, like, fully gone full ads is, like... It has to just be people doing it as a joke, right? You'd either have to be doing it as a joke, or you'd have to, like, be so confident. Like, you'd have to be like, yes, I have the most patient fans in the world, and I know that they will stick with me through 22 minutes of ads. like you'd have to be, like, extremely confident. Yeah, it's also this funny option where you can turn on ads even for subscribers. Yeah, let me make your subscription useless. channel point run ads redeem. Yeah, but the thing is that one would have to have like a cooldown because I know the ads have a cooldown as well. Yeah, there's some channels that just run VODs and collect passive income through the ads. Yeah, but don't you have to, because I know when I go live, there's like a little box you have to check that says like, you have to tell, like you have to like, if something is like pre-recorded, if you're like, if this is like a rerun, you have to like say that. Like you can't have something real and then like pretend it's, you can't play a rerun and pretend it's live is what I'm saying. Yeah, I wonder if people don't do reruns because it ruins their stats. Well, I don't know. What kind of things do you think would need to be rerun though? Because like I know that like a lot of VTubers on YouTube will rerun like unarchived karaokes. Or maybe like other unarchived streams. But I think other than that, I don't see a lot of people doing reruns. Yippee! But even then, usually the reruns for unarchived karaokes are usually because it's like, you know, if you did it for one time zone live, then usually they'll air it at like a different time. Yes! They air it at a different time for the benefit of like people who are in other time zones. Yeah. I watch fighting game tournaments and I appreciate when they rerun tournaments. I guess that might be another one. I imagine maybe for sports and stuff they might rerun stuff. Or like any kind of competition. Yeah, sometimes people want to watch old VODs. I mean, I guess maybe there could be somebody who, like if you run like a channel, you could just be like, alright, I'm gonna replay every single VOD I have on hand. There's also other kinds of 24/7 streams, right? Like you have like you know those like nature cams where they, or like the chicken coop one, right? Like where they like have animals and it's like running 24/7, but like that's not for like, it's just because that's the point of it. But I don't know what ads are like for those kinds of channels, right? Because I don't know if people typically keep those running for a long time, right? Like that feels like a kind of thing where you like dip in to like check on the animals and you're like, oh, the animals are animaling today. And then you're like, that's nice. And then you like leave and do something else. Like it doesn't strike me as something that you like spend hours staring at. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I don't live other people's lives. Maybe some people do. Yeah, I know the D&D channel just records the players and just runs a premiere as a Twitch stream. No chat interaction at all. Hey, let's rerun the Majora's Mask journey. Yeah, I mean, I think if I had everything as a VOD, I could probably like put it all together, but I think a lot of it is lost to time. Also, that would be insane to upload to YouTube. That would probably be like a 40-hour VOD or something. Just once I want to pop into one of those like ducks or chicken streams and a fox gets into the gate snatching up the ducks and chickens. No! I mean, usually there's humans there. Like for, at least for like the like ones where they're like in a coop or like in a barn. Usually like somebody will be coming in every once in a while. I remember there was one chicken channel on YouTube. I don't remember which one it was, but it was you could like, if you sent a super chat, you could like send a treat to the chickens, but they had to remember on the channel to point out that they're like, yes, we do feed our chickens, so like this isn't their only source of food. Don't worry. Like, do not feed them as if this is their only source of food. Our Chicken Life? I don't know. Is our Chicken Life only on Twitch? Maybe it was them on YouTube as well. Do that stream for how to urara and make millions. I'm sure there's probably a horse cam somewhere. Somebody probably has like a horse cam. Because I know some of them are like wild animals. Good job, Do Horizon. GG. Thank you everybody for playing. Thank you, Cherry Danish and Kinetic. Gold ship cam. Gold ship kicks the cam. Yeah, because I'm trying to think. I'm sure there's probably like a horse cam somewhere. Because I know some of them are like farms, right? Like some of them are like the chickens or like other stuff that's in a barn. I'm sure there's probably like cow cameras and goat cameras. But some of them are like in, like wildlife preserves and stuff. Like there's like, yeah, here's like a place where eagles tend to land and we just put a camera there. Behold, birds. Thank you for playing with me? No you. No you. No you. Reminds me of the PvB event started in Uma. Oh yeah, I should probably get to that. I have decided that I am going to save up my carrots for something that might not even happen until like next year. Okay, because like I was looking at like, because people made like predictions for the release schedule of like, based on how fast they're going for now, like this is where we think they're gonna be, like by this point. So I'm like, not the Halloween, I want the New Year TM Opera O. That's what I want, New Year's TM Opera O, which is not supposed to, they're predicting it will come out sometime in February. It seems, based on the speed that they're going right now. I want the Halloween. Which one? There's two Halloweens, isn't there? There's Halloween Super Creek and... Who's the other one they did for Halloween? Who's the other Halloween? Rice Shower. Okay, right. Oh, right. Rice Shower. Found out about how Uma Musume deletes pity points after each banner. You're gonna need like 200 pulls worth for that potential. I don't know. Maybe I'll get lucky on the first pull. Because I did manage to get TM Opera O in the first place, like from... Because a TM Opera O, I think, was like the first banner, like the first gacha banner, and I got her. So, granted, I had to spend almost all my carrots to get her, but I did get her, and like I was gonna be pulling anyway, right? Because like this was like when the game just started, right? So they gave you like a bunch of stuff to start off with. Fanged Rice Shower. She's like a vampire. It's adorable. What does Super Creek do for Halloween again? Yeah, how many pulls did you spend? It was 3 10 pulls, I think. But again, I had like 1 bajillion carrots because again the game had just dropped, so they did the thing where they give you a ton of stuff to start out with so that you can actually like build a team of Umas. I got TM Opera today or a finale. Okay, TM Opera O, you need to build stamina is the thing. That's what you have to do for her. That's like the big thing that like I think is you need to build stamina. I did. No, you're having the standard experience. You're having the standard TM Opera O experience. What I need, I think, as well, though, is I might need to pull at some point before February, though, because, like, I need somebody who can... I need somebody who can do dirt. I only have Haru Urara, and, like, everybody else in my dirt category is just, like, people who aren't, like, just the Umas who, like, aren't completely bad at it. Like, I think I have... El Condor Pasa in there, and then I think I have... Who's the other one? Was it Mayano Top... No, Mayano Top Gun was for sprinting. Who was, like, the other person? I have 3 people, and Haru Urara is the only one who's actually, like, good at dirt. I have a really good Oguri cap. I keep borrowing someone's Oguri cap for training. Not for training, but, like, as legacy. Or, I don't know, there's somebody else who keeps popping up. I think I probably added them as a friend who just has, like, a really busted Megito Ryan. And, like, that, I've been using that as well. I want the Wedding Top Gun, but instead was pulled, Spe, both McQueen, Silence, and a Wedding Air Groove. Oh, no! It's like, there's 2 things I could pull from this gacha, and I got the one that I didn't want. No! No, I don't know. Because, like, I don't know. wedding Maya no Top Gun would be cute, but like I'm gonna be real. Like 90% of my decisions are made on like horse cute. I'm not like the meta. I'm not following the meta. I'm not following the meta. I'm going horse cute, and that's how I decide what I want. So, yeah. So yeah, I'm just like horse cute is good standard. So like that's entirely how I'm choosing here. But I also do need more runners who can do dirt. That's my other problem. That's the weakness of going with horse cute, is that you're like, horse can't run on dirt. Everyone is turf. I feel like maybe just like all the ones I've pulled, it's like, can I please get something other than somebody who's good at medium turf? Can I please? Everybody is medium turf. That's all I have. Can I please get somebody with literally any other abilities? Yeah. I pulled Rice from the random 3-star and got Cat from the pick a 3-star. Okay, yeah. I think I picked Tokai Teo from the like pick a 3-star, which was the wrong answer. I should have picked probably like Taiki Shuttle or something. Yeah, I picked Oguri. Yeah, like I said, I picked Tokai Teo because I was going with horse cute logic, and I picked the wrong answer. I have not used Tokai Teo for anything. Whoa. Fancy. F Tokai, she's my favorite. Again, the problem is I think is because I like TM Opera O, if I get another horse that has like the same aptitudes as TM Opera O, I will simply not use them because I already have TM Opera O. Like, I am playing favorites. That's 100% what I'm doing. I also like winning ticket. I'll take I know because she cries, but I find it endearing. That's like, again, that's all I know about her. I haven't trained her yet. So many horses do the same races. Yeah, well, I think it's more like depending on who you train. Because like, I've noticed when I've trained the few sprinters that I have, their selection of races is just like almost completely different. Like... I like Biwa, but she's impossible. How so? Because, like, I think the only one I've really struggled with is Maya no Top Gun. But I will keep trying, because I like Maya no Top Gun. Is orange the solution here? Because I'm, like, thinking, I'm like... I mean, okay. Some of the horses I like are not orange. But I'm, like, thinking, I'm like... Who are my favorites so far? It's been like TM Opera O and Agnes Tachyon and then Maya no Top Gun. And I'm like, is it just orange? Is that just my problem? All I want is just orange. It's like, do you like this horse? And I'm like, not really. And then I'm just like, is it because they're not orange? Is that my problem? If there's one G1 I can't do at the moment because it's a sprint and it's near the end of the 3rd year and Haru can't do it. Ugh. Orange is best. It's orange. We cracked the code and the code is orange. Her only natural boost is 20% wit, so she slows on the guts and stamina or speed, so it's hard to divide her time. Oh, okay. Yippee! I'm winning at Mahjong. Wit plus 10. But I don't know, I feel like wit is such like a weird stat. because, like, it's not useless, but I feel like it's not always entirely clear what it's for, aside from maybe, like, preventing late starts. Horse, nah. The horse, but orange. Yeah, they're gonna, like, release somebody, but it's gonna be, like, the same character, but they're gonna be wearing orange, like an orange outfit, and I'll be like, whoa, orange. Which is weird, because I'm not usually an orange person. But somehow when it comes to horse, when it comes to Uma, I'm just like, yes, orange. I hate how vague the stats are. I don't know, I think I'm sort of starting to get it. Like, for instance, I had one Haru Urara who, like, I failed spectacularly, and I realized because I didn't give her enough guts, because I think guts is, like, if they get, like, stuck in a crowd during a race, then, like, guts is what helps them to break out, I think? Because, like, I gutsed up my next Urara, and it worked a lot better. Powers how to break out? I mean, I guess I powered her up too. Well, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out which horses, because I feel like some horses are better if I try to, like, train all things sort of equally, and then some of them do better if I just, like, spec into, like, one stat and just go ham on that. Guts is like a reserve of stamina. Guts may or may not do 100 different things. Ask anyone and they will tell you something different. I wonder what it is in Japanese, actually. I wonder what they call it. Because I wonder if it's like a weird translation thing. Where maybe like the point of it was like more obvious in Japanese. And then whereas like in English they called it guts and it's not entirely clear what that means. Guts is a mystery. Is it gatsu? Is it actually gatsu in Japanese? Later on, I think it's the rate of stamina drain. Oh, is it like one of those things where stamina is like how much energy you have, and then guts is like how fast you use up that energy, I guess? Oh, got reworked later. Guts is literally just guts. No, I know that. That's why I'm like, what is the word that they used in Japanese for what we call guts in English in Uma Musume? That's why I was thinking. No, I know that much. But like, I don't know. I also know in Japanese that they use gatsu in like a very different way than they do in English. Like, whoa, again? It's like a one han and it just like multiplied. That's so many Dora. Yeah, speed is top speed, power acceleration, stamina is fuel, and guts is fuel efficiency in JP. Okay. But this is not the case in English. Is it not? Maybe not. I'm getting ignored here together with Welcome. Sometimes Mahjong is like that. It's just two people trading points back and forth. While everybody else... I don't know, I've had some, like, Luigi wins by doing nothing at all moments in Mahjong where you're like, okay, I got second place by getting never hit with anything, so I'm still at, like, the same, like, amount of points I started with. Hi, Marie. Hello, Hakuya. Yeah. Yeah, it's a gacha that's got random drops. I expect to win and lose. I expect to lose and win. Who knows? Such is horse. Yeah, that's a win in my book. Oh yeah, sometimes it's just like, maybe Luigi doesn't win by doing nothing at all, but like Luigi gets like second place by doing nothing at all. The only thing in ranked is that like it doesn't give you any points, like it doesn't improve or like help your rank in any way if you win or like get second by doing that. Which is kind of annoying, but I mean, I guess you technically didn't do anything, so. I still don't know what it does, so I don't train it. I don't know, at this point it's like, it's like a superstition for me because I feel like every time I haven't trained it, like the career does not work. But I'd say it's not as important as like speed. Although it does make me laugh sometimes when I see like, have you ever seen like those builds where someone has like maxed out like one stat, but that stat isn't speed, it's like wit or something? I don't know, the like maxed out wit builds make me laugh. It's very silly. Like my horse might not be fast, but they're running calculations at 100 miles an hour. Congratulations to Lavi! And GG to everybody else. Thank you for being powerful enough that I lose. I am last, but that is okay. We are here to have fun. Thanks for the game, thank you for playing. Yeah, the only haunts moment I have IRL was me and a friend used to go to the local track and gamble. My friend put $10 on a 30-to-1 horse and by some miracle it won and he looked at me like $500 return. Again, I've never gambled on anything, actually. I don't know. Outside of gacha, I don't think I would want to... I don't know. I guess maybe if you loosen up the definition of gambling. Because, like, I guess I've done gacha with money before. I don't know, do you think crane games count as gambling? I mean, because I guess crane games are kind of one of those things where I'm always just like, oh, I'll get it on the next turn. So then you put in, like, another 100 yen coin, and you're like, oh no, I'll get it on the next turn. I'll get it on the next turn. I'll get it again. I'll get it next time. I'll get it next time. I'll get it next time. Crane games are rigged. I mean, they're rigged, but there is, like, a skill aspect to them. Like, again, talk to, can we get a shout out for Yusha? Hold on. Shout out Yusha. I think this is the Twitch username, right? Yeah, this is Yusha. Yusha is like, he has unlocked the secret. I remember there was literally once I was like I was out and I was like, I played a crane game machine and I was like, I literally like video called Yusha. I'm like, can I get backseated here? Can I get backseated? And then I actually got the thing I wanted. Like, yeah. Technically most games count as gambling. I guess there's always like the luck to skill kind of ratio, right? Yeah, I'm cash money at crane games. Yeah, there is a thing, because I think the thing is, and I used to think like this too, where people used to think like the goal of the crane game is to like get the crane to like latch on to the thing and then lift it and then drop it, which you will not do because it, like you said, they're rigged in a certain way to like, you know, loosen the grip a little so that it will fall. But the real way to win at them is actually to kind of use the, like you gotta use the claw as like a tool, right? Yeah. You gotta like use the claw as a tool to like push the item in the direction you want. So that when you get it close enough, you can like lift it up and get it to put it. Yeah, the claw is a wedge. Essentially, yeah, you gotta use it like that rather than like as like something you use to grab, right? And there's also certain things that can help, like there are certain kinds of items that are probably like easier to get than others. I remember there was once I saw one that had these like plushies. But one of the things I noticed was like, I think this one might be totally rigged because like the plushie had really big heads and it felt like the heads were like, they were too big almost for the claw to even pick up. But the bottom half, like that was smaller, was almost like it wasn't the right shape for the claw to pick up. So I'm like, even if you used it to like push it, like I'm like, can it even get anywhere? Like, yeah. Yeah, the experienced people will know at a glance if a game is winnable. Yeah. It's the issue where you don't know how a claw's program or how many plays it does take for a stronger grip or not. Because yeah, I think I have gotten stuff from claw games before. There was the one time that like Yusha backseated me. There was another time where I was... Oh, okay. I was in Japan and I think I got one within like 2 turns because I got really lucky and the person before, I guess, gave up like when they were really close. So I just ended up having, like, it was in a really convenient spot, and I managed to get it within, like, 2 turns. And then I won a Miku plushie, but it was one of those things where I just won it because I'm like, you know what, I want this plushie, and I think it took me like 25 turns, which is fine because they were like 100 yen each, and like, if I bought that thing from a store, like 2,500 yen is probably the price that it would have been anyway. Like, it was kind of just like, yeah, this is just how much this thing costs. So, yeah, reset. Yeah, I feel bad when I was doing that. I think after a while, I think one of the last times I played crane games when I was in Japan before I decided I'm like, yeah, no, I need to stop, was like, I spent almost like $40 trying to get like a keychain. And I had to ask the guy to reset it like 7 times. And after a while, he was very clearly trying to reset it in a way that like would almost guarantee that I would get it, and then I would still fail, and then he would set it up again. I felt so bad. I felt so bad, and after that, I'm like, you know what? Okay, maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough. But it's like, it's very easy to get into like sunk cost fallacy with this kind of thing, right? Because it's very easy to be like, well, I've already spent $20, I might as well get something out of it, right? Because like, I don't know. It's like one of those things where it's like, if you spend like $2, right, and you don't get anything, then it's like, okay, it's not the end of the world because it's like, okay, that was $2. But like, if you're like going in spending like $20 because you're like, okay, I will definitely get it next time, then yeah, then at that point you're like, okay, this is just sunk cost fallacy. Yeah, it's your right to get it set up. I know, but like, at that point I had to go fetch the guy. I had to go fetch him so many times that he was just like standing next to my machine because he knew I'd probably need him again. I just felt bad at that point. I'm just like, I mean, I'm sure it's not like the most pathetic thing that he's seen while working there. Like, I'm sure there's probably been somebody who has like somehow failed at the game worse than I have. But at some point they should just let you have it if you really want it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like different arcades probably have different rules about that. Like, at what point are they allowed to just like open it up and just give you the thing? Like, yeah. For the record, I don't do this anymore, and I'm ashamed to don't do this, but I used to be addicted to the crane. I would go and flirt with a worker lady, and she was always nice and reset my crane. I mean, yeah, but she would do that even if you didn't flirt with her, right? But like, that's the job. That's her job. Yeah. But yeah, there is strategy to it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't do it that much anymore unless there's something that's like I really want in there. The sumimasen is required tech, it seems, for the higher value prizes. Yeah. リセットお願いします。I feel guilty, let me feel my guilt. I'm just, I don't know. Insanely hazkashi. Alright, 2 more people. I don't know. I'm trying to think the last time I saw something in a crane game that I wanted. Outside of the one that Yusha backseated me on, I guess I once saw like a machine that had like 2 kinds of Gudetama plushies, and one of them was like a Gudetama wearing glasses, and I wanted it just for the like actually-ness of it, but none of them were like in places that would have been convenient to pick up, right? And I'm like, man, I wanted to get the actually Gudetama. Like, the last one I wanted to get was the Evil Miku. I do do find it funny how Japan is with gambling. Well, I don't know. I think gambling's kind of inevitable, I think, is my opinion. Because, like, even if you try to ban gambling, people will, like, invent new ways to do it, right? That are technically not gambling. Right? I think it's one of those things that, like, you can't entirely prevent. Because I feel like it's like something that's, like, a very human thing to do. Is it good? Probably not, but, like, is it human? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, well, Japan does have that. Yeah, because, like, you have the thing where it's like, oh, this is pachinko, which is done with these little balls, which you can exchange for prizes. Technically, you're not gambling for money. Technically. Yeah. You can prevent companies from bankrupting gamblers with gambling. Yeah, you have to, like, regulate it. But, like, I don't think you can... I don't think anybody's ever, like, successfully banned it entirely. Because, again, like, even if you try to, people will just, like, invent new things that are, like, not quite gambling, but, like, are almost there. But yeah, it's not something I'd be interested in. Like, especially not, like, direct gambling. Like, I don't think I would want to go to, like, a casino or anything. Because, I don't know, I feel like I just, like... I like when I pay money for things, and then I receive the things that I paid for, you know? Rather than, like, paying for a chance that maybe I will get a thing. I mean, to be fair, that's like raffles and lotteries and stuff, which I mean, I've not entered the lottery, but like I have entered raffles. But usually raffles are done with a specific purpose, right? Yeah. How we program for such self-destructive habits? Smoking, gambling, drinking. Well, I don't know. I think gambling, I'm not sure, but I feel like smoking and drinking, it's not like the thing in itself. It's like what it does to you, right? But I don't know. Maybe some would argue those are like one and the same. Gambling is its own beast. But yeah, a lot of US states get a good chunk of their budget revenues due to gambling via the lottery. Yeah. I don't know if it's like that in Canada. I don't know if I can't remember if the lottery is like a... I can't remember if the lottery is like a federally or like provincially run thing. Because, like, we do have lotteries. But I don't think they're, like, a state thing. Like... mentality thing, if you go to pay for entertainment, it's fine. But if you put your mortgage on the line to get rich, you're in trouble. Yeah, because, like, I'm trying to think, like... Like, I guess it's reasonable. It's a very much monetary amount where it goes from paying for an experience to spending money on the off chance of winning big, like gacha versus scratchies. Yeah, like... Because, like, I don't know, I feel like there's nothing, like, terribly wrong with, like, gacha within reason. Right? Like, don't pour all your money into it, and, like, understand your limits, but, like... I don't think that it's, like... There are worse ways to spend your money, right? But... like, I don't know. I guess it's the idea of, like, don't go into this with the idea of making a profit, I guess. Because I feel that way about people who do, like, scalping for, like, Pokemon cards and stuff, where they buy a bunch of, like, they buy a bunch of packs, and then they, like, try to, like, find the ones that will be able to resell for the most. And, like, is that not also kind of gambling? Because especially if people, like, it's one thing if you're going into this as, like, somebody who plays Pokemon, who is like, okay, cool, even if I don't get a big thing, then I'm still, like, building my deck and stuff. As opposed to, like, someone who's going in entirely for profit, who's like, yes, I need to sniff out the treasure. I hate scalpers. Yeah, it's yucky. It's yucky. I spent $60 on gacha my whole life, and it's Uma. I got 3 carrots left somehow. So that stain of spending money on gacha will be visible for all time. Yeah, I think, I have not spent on Uma. It might happen someday. Not today. I've spent on Mahjong Soul, definitely. And I've spent on Bang Dream. I think the thing is that I only spend on games when I spent, like, a significant amount of time in them. You know, like, cause, like, I feel like... I don't know how many hours I have in Mahjong Soul, but, like, it's gotta be equivalent to, like, the length of, like, one full-price video game, at least, right? So, like, I don't feel guilty about spending the equivalent of one full-price video game on it, because... Or even the price of, like, 2 full-price video games on it, because, like, I've absolutely spent that amount of time in the game, right? Yeah, I think you can check in your achievements? Maybe. Oh wait, this isn't achievements. Also, this is not me. Okay. Maybe I'll check after. Because I know I can look, like, on Steam. On Steam, I can look and it will say, like, oh yeah, you've spent this long. But the thing is, I also played this game before the Steam version was available. Like, I played in browser. So I know that, like, I don't know if it counts the browser time. Mahjong Soul lost my account. Time to destroy Yostar. No! Yeah, I don't play on Steam at all, browser all the way. Yeah, I used to play on browser, and then I switched to Steam. Yeah. They did Bang Dream. They're doing Bang Dream X Shadow Japan guitars. I mean, that's not surprising. I'm sure that, like, other guitar brands have done, like, anime collabs. Ooh, might as well. Yeah, I play in the standalone climate because browser loading times are annoying. I don't know, I play in the Steam version because I used to play in browser, and then everybody told me to switch to Steam. And I was like, ooh, I don't want to, and everyone was like, Eggy, it will work better, and then I did, and they were right, so... Yeah. But yeah, usually those are the only times I like pulling gacha, or like I spend on gacha. Because, like, I don't know, I've spent a lot of time, like, I used to play Project Sekai super often, and I don't think I ever spent money on that, but I think if I would have kept playing, or at least kept playing consistently, then I probably would have spent money on it. Oh, actually, you know what else I've spent money on? Pikmin Bloom. But also, I don't know. Pikmin Bloom is silly, so I'm okay with it. I've spent... did I spend money to get the maid dress in Pikmin Bloom? Yes. I don't regret that. I don't regret that. Pikmin Bloom? Really? Yeah. Pikmin Bloom. It's been mostly for outfits, though. I think I made the mistake of paying for flower petals, like, once, and it just was not worth it. But no, I've paid for outfits. Is there, like, a gacha Pikmin? Sort of. So the Pikmin Bloom kind of works. It's more similar to Pokemon Go. So Pikmin Bloom, usually when you're... Okay, so Pikmin... When you grow new Pikmin, right, you grow them by walking around. Like, there'll be certain Pikmin that will, like, bloom after, like, you know, 1,000 steps. Sumo! But the thing is, Pikmin aren't like gacha, right? Like, the goal is not necessarily to have the best Pikmin. Sometimes it's fun if you want to complete, like, a full set of Pikmin. But I don't think most people are playing with the idea of having, like, the best Pikmin. I think the goal is more to have the most Pikmin, so that you can, you know, do more stuff with your Pikmin. Understandable. Yeah, Robert, you played Pikmin Bloom for a little bit. I feel like giving you money is enabling you. It was like $10. It was $10 for the maid dress in Pikmin Bloom. I don't plan to spend much more on Pikmin Bloom. Granted, one of this month's themes, Pikmin's, is Mahjong tiles, so I'm like, okay. Apparently there is a Mahjong t-shirt, and I'm like, okay. Maybe I would spend a little money to have a Mahjong t-shirt, but first I need to find out if that's like a thing you can get for free from the event or not. But... a little bit, level 43. Pikmin. But yeah, I like playing Pikmin Bloom. I have added my friends and I send them silly postcards. Unfortunately, it is the kind of thing though where you can only really add people you already know because like otherwise you're just like doxing your location. 'cause it's like, okay. Yeah, like, I think all the friends that I add that I, like, regularly... Like, I feel like I can only invite people. If I'm trying to invite friends to, like, fight a mushroom or something, I feel like I can only invite people that already, like, sort of know where I live. Especially if it's, like, one that's, like, near my house. Pikmin Bloom is not that location doxy, I think. The thing is, okay, it's not that location doxy, unless... I guess it's one of those things. I mean, I guess you can send postcards to people, like, that are, like, not necessarily in your area, right? Like... I keep getting postcards from Zia that are, like, from places in, like... Because I think Zia seems... She keeps adding people from, like, other countries. So I'll keep getting, like, postcards for stuff in, like, China and South Korea. Because I guess Zia keeps... Like, she has people added as friends from there, and then she just keeps, like, adding them. Like, she keeps sending me those postcards. So, I guess you don't necessarily have to send stuff from around where you live. But, yeah. I walked 180 kilometers, 100 miles, I guess, in August 2024. Yeah, except mushrooms. That's the only thing, is that, like, if you're fighting a mushroom, it's probably because you're in the area. If you're inviting people to a mushroom, it's probably because you're in the area, so it's like, okay. You just gotta be careful who you invite to the mushrooms, I guess. But, yeah. You got nothing on Professor Bloom. Bloom? Okay. We got Bloom to play Pikmin Bloom, and, like... He is insane with walking. I think, like... I think I've talked about this before. Like, he will do, like, the 30k step challenge, and he will do it by himself in, like, 3 days. Or was it, like, 300... Was it 30 or 300k step? Like... He will just, like, do challenges by himself in, like, extremely short periods of time. He'll post a screenshot, and he'll be like, I went out for, like, a nice evening stroll, and it'll be, like, 23,000 steps. Like... I think he drove when we went to MagFest. I mean, to be fair, knowing him, like, now that I think about it, when we were at MagFest, I remember at one point he was, like... He was looking for a place to park, right? Because, like, parking near the venue at MagFest is both expensive and difficult. So... He parked somewhere further away, and he's like, oh, it'll just be a short walk. And then it was like 25 minutes. Like, it was like a far walk. It was very like, are we there yet? Kind of walk. Like, he will just walk. He'll just walk. 30k seems doable in 3 days. Oh, yeah, that's true. Like, if it's like 10k per day, that's pretty doable. Yeah, like, he's big walker. I think he drove to MagFest. Probably would have walked there if somebody would have let him. Easy, peaceful walk from the Shard to Mordor. Yeah, yeah. Like... Yeah, distances in the US are a bit far. Yeah, that's true. Like... because like the places I usually walk to are like, you know, maybe like 15, 20 minutes away at most. So like, but I know I'm not in the usual situation, right? I remember once somebody complaining, like I took a peek at like the Pikmin Bloom subreddit once, and I remember somebody was mentioning they're like, there is like nothing in my area. There are like no mushrooms, nothing to pick up, no expeditions. Like there's nothing in my area, and it's like one of those things where it's like, if you are in the rural US, you're kind of screwed when it comes to Pikmin Bloom, because it's like, okay, there's nowhere to walk, and like all the notable places that might have a mushroom are gonna be like much further away, right? They're gonna be too far away for you to like go there without like driving there, right? Yeah. Because like I know other people too. I've seen people who are like, why are like whenever they do like in-person events, it's like, why is it always in like Japan or like Taiwan or South Korea? Like why is it always there? And it's like, because those are the places that are like dense enough to actually be able to do something walking related, right? It's actually pretty difficult to do it in the States. Yeah, they're pretty stacked for urban areas. Yeah. But like I think that was probably, I imagine Pokemon Go probably had the same problem too, right? Like that's just what happens when stuff is like really far apart. Like Japanese people probably easily get their 10K per day. Well, yeah, because like when I was studying there, I remember I calculated, because I didn't have a pedometer at the time. Like I don't know how many steps. I wasn't counting them at the time. But you know, it's about like, for me it's about 100 steps per minute. So like 1,000 steps is, you know, 10 minutes or so. So I remember I calculated it once where it was like, okay, to get from my dorm to school in the morning, it was like 5 minutes to the stop, probably another about 5 minutes to to change trains, and then another like 10-11 minutes to get from the station to campus. So that's like 20 minutes total of walking. That's like you know, that's like 2,000. That's 2,000 each way. So I'm already getting 4,000, assuming that like all I did that day was like wake up, go to school, come back, and slept, right? Like that's assuming I do absolutely nothing else that day. But usually that was not the case, you know. Usually maybe I had like extracurricular activities, or I like stayed on campus for a little longer, or I went shopping, or I had to do groceries, or like I went out to do something. Like that's assuming, again, assuming it's 4,000, assuming that I just like woke up, went to school, came back, went back to bed, right? So I was almost certainly getting at least like 8,000 each day, probably, just by like existing. At least on the days when I left, when I like went outside. Probably the days if I stayed in, I probably didn't get that many, but nobody does. But honestly, even on the days that like with the exception of like when I had COVID and I was like not leaving the room at all, like I feel like most other days I was still like at least going to the konbini at some point. So like I was at least getting like, you know, the like 5 minutes the 5 minutes it would take to get out and go to the konbini. I was getting at least 1,000 steps, just, you know, there and back. You get a few thousand just walking around your house? Yeah, it depends. I mean, for me, maybe if I had like some kind of like smartwatch, I'd have like a bit more of an accurate count. Because the thing is that I count with my phone, right? So I probably get a few more steps per day than I think I do, just because I am like, I walk around the house, but I don't have the phone with me at all times, right? Like if I'm cooking, right? Like I'm probably walking around the kitchen, but like I am just kind of like I'm leaving the phone on the table. Sorry, I just noticed the time. I think after this game we'll do one more because I just realized it's like 4 p.m. Oh god. I need to go upstairs and make my protein slop. I remember working in a warehouse when Pokemon Go just came out and I had like 14K steps a day just working. Oh yeah, when I worked for like that like 1 month period when I worked in a hair salon, I got so many steps in. Like I think I had like 14K per day as well. Like it was, I mean granted some of that was like getting there and back, so like, you know, walking to bus stops and stuff. But yeah, it was usually somewhere between like 10 and 15K when I was working there, for the days I was working. Yeah, putting a phone in your pocket gets you way more steps than leaving it on a desk. Yeah. So it's like, I know if I had like a smartwatch or something, I'd probably have like a slightly more accurate count, but also I don't really want a smartwatch. And that assumes that I remember to put on the smartwatch, so yeah. Does Pokemon Go accept smartwatch steps? I think these kinds of games can accept, like, they take steps from, like, whatever device is counting. So I believe that if you set it up to, you can set it up to be, like, hooked up to something. But I don't know, I didn't really play Pokemon Go at the time because I did not have data on my phone at the time, which made the game very difficult to play because you're basically only able to play in places where there was Wi-Fi, which was very few places where I was, so. Do they have to close app account so it doesn't have to be open to go? Yeah, it counts like, because I think it goes just by like whatever your phone is counting. Well, rest in peace. Rest in peace, Red 5. Okay. Yeah, I've worked it out to be 2.5K steps an hour for my work. Honestly, I wish I also had like counted when I was like working retail, like in like 2018, 2019. Because I probably was getting way more steps in there too. But I don't know, I guess. Because I know when I worked retail, I think I spent more time standing. I spent a lot of time standing, but I didn't necessarily spend a lot of time walking. Right? Like, especially during COVID, because a lot of my job was just watch the door. So, like, that was a lot of just, like, standing here, standing here, standing here, standing here. Yeah. It was just, like, literally just, like, standing here for, like, 2 hours at a time. Alright, congratulations to Crossbow Flex. And thank you for playing. So yeah, the next one will be the last one, because I just realized I've been streaming for like almost 5 hours. Oops. Oops. Once I got over my sleepiness, suddenly I was like, oh, streaming. Yeah. For flower panting, the app has to stay open? It does not, at least for me. I mean, I've been able to flower plant. I turn off the screen, usually. Only took 3 games, but I finally scraped enough tile luck together to finish a decent hand. Finally! Victory for Crossbow Flex. But yeah, no, I think when I was working hair... Although, I don't know, when I was working hair, I think I was just like... I was a little too locked in. I don't know, maybe I was just too scared of my supervisor. Maybe that was it. My supervisor was admittedly kind of scary. I don't understand how everybody else who was in my position was also not scared of her. But I guess I was scared enough to just be like constantly running around all the time trying to look busy. One of these days I should learn how to Mahjong, it seems fun. Yeah, it's not that difficult to pick up, I think. It's one of those things where it's like, to get really good at it, yeah, you would have to work at it a bit, but if you just want to like understand the basics to be able to play with other people, it's not terribly complicated, I think. Maybe they were big softy deep down. It's very difficult. I don't know. It was like very... Because like I remember she would get like... I don't don't know, maybe she just like didn't like me. But I just remember like even like the other people who were working there, like the other hairstylists, because I was working as a hair assistant, right? So like my job was basically to like clean things, wash clients' hair, figure out the laundry, stuff like that, right? So I remember even the hairstylists were like commenting on like how much I was just like running around doing stuff all the time. So yeah, but it was like one of those things, like she would be on me for like being on my phone, and then like I would see like the other girls on their phone every once in a while, and I'm just like, okay, maybe you should just like harder on me. I don't know. The Mahjong Soul tutorial is pretty good. That's a game that's being played right. Yes, this is Mahjong Soul. This is Mahjong Soul. Yeah, supervisors know who they can pick on, who they can't. That's fair. That's probably fair. Because I don't know, I guess it was one of those things where it was definitely a place that was like... You know those kinds of places where they keep underpaying people and then they wonder why they have such high turnover rates and why they can never find any staff? Because like, I was being paid minimum wage when I was there. Most of the other people I was working with were high school and college age. And I think a lot of the times, I think they hired me because they probably needed somebody who had like daytime availability because I wasn't in school at the time. So they needed somebody who could work during the day. But I think the problem was just that like, if you want somebody who can work during the day, you have to pay like grown-up wages, right? Like you can't be paying high schooler wages for somebody who is like an adult trying to make a living, right? And I think that's why, because like there were other people even older than me who were like working there, and I think they didn't last very long either, just because like they eventually left for somewhere that like I guess either paid better or gave them more consistent hours. So were you the youngest there? I was not. If anything, I was probably one of the oldest. I mean, not out of the entire place, but like out of the hair assistants, I was probably one of the oldest. Most of the other girls were like high school or like first year university. So yeah, but that's the thing, is that like, you know, if you want to hire adults, you're going to have to pay like adult wages. Like, that's why you can't keep anybody. Because they're replaceable. I guess to a certain extent, yeah. I remember that I think they were quite mad because when I put in my 2 weeks, because I think I put in my 2 weeks because I found another job that was like way more within my field and way better. Like anyway, I found another job after working there for about a month. And then they got like, honestly, okay, when I told them I was putting in my 2 weeks, they basically like, they only gave me like 1 more week's worth of shifts. Like the last week that I was like legally employed there, like in terms of like officially employed there, they just didn't give me any shifts for reasons that they would not tell me. So it was very weird. It was a very weird situation. I mean, I guess I did leave shortly before the holidays. Like I think it was like later in the fall of that year. So I could see maybe they were just like frustrated that they just like lost their one daytime staff shortly before like holiday rush. But it's also like, I don't know, man. The other place was offering me like full-time hours and like $4 more than this was paying, and I'm like, there's not really a lot of incentive to stay here. Like, yeah, I had a job out of college that required to be outside, no air conditioning, physically demanding, jeans and collared cotton shirt in 100-degree weather for like 8.25 an hour, zero benefits. Or $8.25 an hour, zero benefits, and they had the audacity to be like, why is our turnover so high? Yeah, that seemed to be like the case for like so many places of just like, it's like, why can't we, like, why can't you say part-time for $4 less an hour? Yeah, it's like, and also I was getting like 10 hours a week or something. Like I was not making, like, it's like, okay, so I'm gonna get like quadruple the hours and $4 more per hour. Like, yeah, it was like only it was a short contract thing, so it's like it wouldn't be forever, but like at least it's like a place that is and also something that was closer to the field that I studied as well. So it's like, okay, this works out a lot better, right? I remember my second job I ever had, I stopped giving 2 weeks notices if I ever felt my job didn't appreciate me. I don't know, I'm still polite because I don't want to be making enemies if I don't have to. Like, if I do things the normal way and they still want to make enemies out of me, then that's fine, I guess. But like, I don't know. I don't want to make more enemies than I have to, you know? Every retail job I had was severely understaffed and would make us work the max amount for part-time. Oh yeah, okay. I had a job I left. I worked at it for like almost 4 years, and then I left because essentially that's what they were doing. Like, there was one summer that like I was working like 40 hours a week because we were so understaffed. Like, I was a part-timer, but I was working full-time hours, and I don't know, it was one of those things where it was either like, my thought process was like, okay, I either need to like ask for like benefits or quit, and I just ended up quitting because it was getting towards September. Like, it was like August of that year, and I was like, I don't have any confidence that they're going to be able to schedule me around school. Like, my prediction is that they would schedule me during my classes and then get mad that I wouldn't show up to shifts because I was in class. I'm like, I'm foreseeing this situation happening. I have zero faith that they're going to be able to like take, because there have been times where like I asked for like days off and like I would get scheduled anyway. So I was like, okay, I have zero faith. I have zero faith in whoever's making the schedule anymore. So I'm just, no. And then I went and found a job that was like 1 bajillion times better. Yeah. I've had one job where my notice was I quit, but it was such a, I like worked there for like 7 days and lost 10 kilograms. 10 kilograms? That's a lot. Like, I've been, how much is 10 kilograms in pounds again? I know I'm Canadian, I'm supposed to know this, but. Kilograms to pounds. I've been dieting since June, and I still have not lost 10 kilograms. That's like 22 pounds. Yeah, I don't think I ate for a week. Yeah. That's like pretty bad. Yeah, that's like insane. Was it like not eating, or was it also like physically demanding? Was it like that kind of thing? You calorie count everything? Yes. Like, keep in mind, I'm not a very big person in the first place. So, like, weight loss will be smaller for me. Like, I'm almost at 10 pounds. I'm almost at 10 pounds. Throughout August, I think what it was is that, like, throughout July, I, like, locked in and I lost, like, 5 pounds within the month. August, I think I had... Because August, I had a lot of fun. August, a lot of fun things happened in August, and at no point did I gain weight. That's the thing, is I didn't ever gain weight. I just, like, the weight loss just slowed down because I wasn't doing as much. Or, like, I would skip workout some days because, like, somebody would invite me to something. Or, I would, you know, somebody be like, hey, or it would be like, hey, come skip a workout and have a big meal with me. And I'd be like, yay! And, like, it would be fine, like, it all worked out, but it also meant that, like, it slowed down. It didn't stop, though, that's the thing. It didn't stop, it just slowed down. Yeah. Are your macros on point? I guess they are. Probably not as on point as they were before, but I don't know. To be honest, I don't pay that much attention as long as I feel reasonably full and I'm not, like, overeating on anything. Because I'm not trying to, like, build a ton of muscle, right? I need to eat enough protein that I will feel full. And, like, I don't know. Weirdly enough, I feel like fiber is the one that I've actually had to, like, pay attention to. Because it's, like, I guess it's the one that, like, if you screw up on, you, like, immediately feel it. You're 10 pounds? No, for the record, I weigh more than 10 pounds. I'm 5'2", though. I'm 5'2" and have, like, a pretty small build. So... When you are small, it will just... Well, okay. the amount of weight you need to lose before it makes a visible difference is much smaller, but like also you're going to be losing it slower because your body is too efficient. Yeah. It was just very stressful. I went from effectively high school to managing a cafe with no experience and one shift of shadowing. Managing? Were they like that short? Okay, that's insane to be like that short on people. Just me and one cook. Ugh. Honestly, there's nothing worse than when like the people who you're supposed to be like supervising are more qualified than you. I feel like that's the scariest thing. Like, I haven't applied for any, like, retail management positions, despite the fact that I do have, like, a fair amount of retail experience, just because I'm, like, I'm scared that the people who I would be managing would be better at my job than me, and I don't think I don't think I want that. I don't think I could deal with that. Yeah, hard to lose weight in the summer. The heat just killed my motivation to work out. See, for me, it's the opposite, because it gets very cold here in the winter, so in the summer, it's a lot easier to convince myself to go outside and to, like, leave the house to go to the gym. I feel like it's very hard in the winter when you're like, okay, I need to work out, but it's, like, -30 and snowing. And I, like, time to, like, trudge through snow to get to the gym. Like, I was trying to actually lose as much as I can. I'm trying to, like, lose as much as I can before it starts snowing. Is my new goal. Yeah, it's more to like not lose muscle. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I think I'm getting adequate. Opposite for me being in a desert. Ah, yeah, you see, I am in cold Canada. Yeah, I got sick and couldn't go to the gym for a few days. I feel like I lost so much momentum. Yeah, that was kind of what happened to me this year at some point too. Cause like I started dieting in like January, February, and I managed to keep it up until like April, and then I got sick for like a bit. And then I guess that just like I somehow managed to like undo all my progress within like 2 months. I undid all my progress. And then in June I was like, okay, time to lock in again. And then I don't know, I've been more successful this time. I want to see, because, like, again, I've mentioned this before, I have a friend who's getting married next month, and I'm like, I want to see if I can make it to 15 pounds. Like, 15 pounds, like, lose 15 pounds by then. I don't think I'm going to do it, but it would be nice. It would be nice. Weight loss gets faster if I suddenly eat enough protein. It's like it was locked and it went going again when the macros were okay. For me, it's remembering to drink water. It's like remembering to drink water. Glasses on? Actually. But yeah. Do you weigh all drinks too? Well, like, if it has calories in it. Eggy, drink water? Thank you for reminding me. I will. Yeah, I only count them when they have calories. Like, obviously, I'm not gonna, like, calculate the weight of the water because, like, that's gonna be leaving my body before anything else does, right? Like... but I usually, like, if it has calories, like, obviously, like, if I drink, like, soda or, like, a protein shake or something, like, I'm absolutely logging that. I read an account that someone's weight loss stopped because their multivitamin had 20 calories per tablet. I don't think that, I somehow don't think that that's what their problem was. Alright. Welcome, Lurker. I need a couple more people. Would you use to log stuff? I used to use my Fitness Pal, but then I switched to Lose It, and I think I like Lose It better. But yeah. It counted for the difference in their weight loss perfectly. No, that's insane. I refuse to believe. There are just things that I refuse to believe. Because I feel like there's a very fine line with this stuff that you have to walk before you just get into, like, borderline eating disorder behavior. Like, sometimes I see this with people who are like, I cut all the seasonings from my food in order to, like, do something or another. And it's like, no, that's insane. Like... Everyone that goes to the gym knows flavor kills gains. Well, I don't know. I think for some people, maybe there's like some kind of like element of like no pain, no gain, where it's like I will suffer this like flavorless chicken breast for the sake of the gains. But yeah. But I feel like 20 calories would only make a difference if you're already like eating right up to your like daily calorie limit, right? Which I'm not. Usually I'm falling like pretty far below it. Not too far, but like, you know, reasonably far below it. Right, clicking ready. I knew I forgot something. Yeah, it happens to everybody. Yeah, flame dried chicken on flame dry rice. Yum yum. Well, I mean, please do not eat dry rice. You will break your teeth. Please at least cook your rice. But like it's not like I never have my protein slop, but at least when I have my protein slop, I like make sure to like, you know, season it a little bit. At the very least, I will try to put some like furikake or something if I'm not gonna have the plain white rice. Like I am willing to, yeah. Like, if putting a little bit of soy sauce on my eggs and rice is going to, like, completely stop... I'm just saying I would rather cut other things first before trying to cut, like, seasoning, you know? But yeah, unseasoned rice with raw eggs. Yeah, like tamago kake gohan. Yeah. I mean, it's good, but even in tamago kake gohan, usually you add a little bit of soy sauce, right? Or at the very least, I usually add soy sauce or like furikake on it, right? Like I'm not just putting the egg straight in there, or at least not like on its own. Sure, why not? I guess. I do count tablespoons of seasoning. The thing is as well, I don't really count seasonings unless it's something that I know has calories. So like, if I'm putting like salt on my food, I'm not gonna count that. But if I'm putting like sugar in my tea, I will count that. Or same thing with like, because a lot of times when I look at like the nutrition facts on like seasonings, like you look at the amount that you would need to have and it's like, the amount that you would need to put to have like more than like 5 calories difference is like more like you'd have to be eating it by like the spoonful basically for it to like most people are not eating by the spoonful. Yeah. Sesame paste? Okay, what are the condiments I do count? Most sauces. So like anything that would qualify as a sauce I count, so like mayonnaise and stuff. Laogama I will count because that's like laogama is pretty heavy. But yeah, like, I don't know, things you sprinkle on, I don't count. So like, if I put like salt and pepper, I'm not gonna count that. If I put, there's like this like garlic herb mix that my grandma likes to buy, I don't count that. Sugar I will count. If I sprinkle sugar on something, I will count that. But I don't know, I feel like every time I use sugar in something, I feel like I'm always using way less sugar. Like, the few times I've actually, like, put it on the scale, it comes up to, like, 1 gram or something. Like, it's, like, an insanely small amount of sugar. Yeah. You can sprinkle on cheese. I will count cheese. Cheese counts. Even if it's like Parmesan or something. Cheese will count. Yeah. Yeah, and these nut paste and tahini is basically close to oil. Yeah, yeah, like tahini or even like hummus, obviously I'll count. Yeah, like I am counting everything within reason. Like again, when my weight loss slows down, usually I know why it's happening. Like I can point to exactly like which times held me back, such as eating butter chicken and ungarlicked naan last night, you know? Like that's I can point to what my problem is. Usually I know. It's not a mystery. Is garlic powder a significant source of calories, or can you write that off? I don't think any herbs or spices are like a significant source. Because the thing is like even when you consider like herbs, like for instance something like basil, like okay, good. I got scared for a second that somebody get tossed into the negatives, but we're good. I guess you don't weigh takeout portions. Bold of you to assume I did not weigh my takeout portion last night. Whether, okay, now granted, I don't know all the ingredients and their exact recipe for like how much of everything, so for that was like a rough estimate. But yeah. How much of the herb are you using? Well, the thing is, okay, even think about it, like for instance, like basil, right? Like if you were to eat like one single basil leaf, that would not be very many calories, right? Or even like 2 basil leaves. That would not be very many calories. But if you like, even if you like dried those basil leaves and like crumpled them up and made them into like, you know, the kind of like stuff you would sprinkle into something, that's still not going to be that many calories because like basil itself does not have that many calories. It's a leaf. Yeah, I estimate takeout, but I did weigh it. Yeah, I did weigh it too. Granted, I weighed it when it was still in the container, so it was probably, if anything, I probably overestimated because I did not account for like, you know, the like 30 grams or so that the container probably weighs, but yeah. You're underestimating me. I am not foolish. Eat the container, be completely accurate. I don't know how many, I don't know, plastic is not listed in the list of foods anywhere. Yeah, entire plant is maybe grams. That doesn't translate to much substance. Yeah. Well, also too, like when it comes to like herbs and spices, you're not putting that much in there, right? Like it's even if you're like have a recipe that asks for like a tablespoon of something, you're not eating. Usually that's for like an entire recipe, right? Like that's for like you're not eating like a tablespoon of that spice in one setting, right? Like the amount that you have on like an individual portion of food is like negligible, right? Wow. But yeah, no. I'm locked back in. Again, I fell off last night. Moment of weakness, but that was fine. We will simply move forward. I know, sometimes I pile on that paprika. You're just like eating paprika by the spoon. Yeah, avocado I guess is a food that's it's like a lot denser than you think it is. I don't know. I feel like I'm at the point where I can like sort of estimate how much I think something will have in it, but every so often I get kind of jump scared. I think like I still get surprised by like how dense oil is. But then that gets countered when I realize how little oil you actually use for stuff. Because, like, even if you're, like, deep frying something, like, yeah, you might be, like, dunking it in oil, but, like, how much of that oil is actually still on it, you know, when you take it out? Like, you know, still a lot, because, you know, deep frying it will make it more oily, but, like, it's not like when you dunk it in the deep fryer, you now have, like, a deep fryer's worth of oil on your food, right? Yeah, I guess 10 grams is fine. Is it really that much? Because I don't know. I think I once measured like how much oil I use in something, and it was like around, it was somewhere between 10, usually it seems to be between 10 and 15 grams, I've realized. For like the average like oiling a pan. Probably less if I'm using a cooking spray because it's like better spread. I put a lot of bacon grease in my soup this morning for sauteing and I regret it, but it was so tasty. Yeah. Deep frying in the right temp oil leaves less oil in the fries than putting them in the air fryer. I don't know. I also don't have an air fryer. I want an air fryer. I want an air fryer. I want an air fryer, but I don't want an air fryer. I want an air fryer once I'm in a living situation where there's enough space for an air fryer. Like, I keep seeing recipes that are like, put this in the air fryer, and then they all like look really good, and I'm like, man, it would be so convenient to have an air fryer, but I don't have anywhere to put an air fryer. I think we discussed this last time I streamed. I'm like, I want an air fryer. I clearly don't have an air fryer. I know, I know. But like, I don't know. The thing is, like, my parents have one. My parents have one, so I know firsthand that it is pretty convenient. And it makes things a lot nicer. Like, there are things that can be warmed up in the microwave, but there are things that can be warmed up a lot better in the air fryer. Like, once you've had an air fryer, or even like a toaster oven, then suddenly, like, you know, like, if you're reheating anything that should be crispy, then like, a microwave will just never be the same, right? Like, reheating like pizza in an air fryer is so much better than reheating it in the microwave. Or like anything like fries, or like anything that should have any amount of crispiness to it is just like works way better in the air fryer. Or, oh, another thing, that nice thing with the, I mean, because what they had was like a kind of toaster oven and air fryer. And the nice thing about the toaster oven is that it lets you toast things even if they're like for instance, you know how like when you have a regular toaster, you can put slices of bread, but like if you have anything like a croissant or something, you can't really put that in a toaster very well without cutting it into slices, and then it kind of ruins it, right? But like croissant in the toaster oven is kind of peak. It's kind of peak. Tried the pan method of reheating pizza and it was really good, but I didn't appreciate the extra dishes to clean. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's nothing stopping you from just putting it in the oven again, but like that's a lot of work for just reheating pizza, right? That's a lot of work. Oops, I tabbed out to check something and now I'm lost. Okay. Oh, I screwed this up horribly. Okay. One of my favorite clips is a streamer finding out he's been making pancakes with 2 cups of oil instead of the directed 1/3 of a cup. How do you make a mistake like that? How do you make a mistake like that? How did the pancakes turn out? I mean, to be fair, okay, I've also made a similar mistake, but at least in my defense, it was between 2 ingredients that look kind of similar. There was one time, I screwed up like 3 times in a row. I wasted like 6 eggs on this. Because I was trying to make waffles, and I had a waffle recipe, and I had a waffle maker, and I couldn't figure out, because every time I would do the waffle, I would make the batter, and then I would put it in the waffle maker, and then it would just, like, burn instantly. And it was, like, gelatinous, and like mush. Like it wasn't like a waffle, and I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong because I was following the recipe to the letter. Like the first time I was like, oh, okay, maybe I just like didn't put enough of this or that. And I couldn't figure out what was going wrong. And then eventually, my mom got home and I was like having a breakdown because like 3 recipes in a row of the same thing just failed. And then she informed me that I had been using icing sugar instead of flour, and that's why my recipes were failing. In my defense, the container was the label on the container was extremely faded. But that explains why it was gelatinous, I guess. I think after that, she actually, like, when she made a new label for that container, she wrote, like, icing sugar, eggy. Like, at the very least now, I will, like, always be able to tell the difference. They have a different texture. Okay, but to be fair, the container that my mom was storing the icing sugar in was the same one that she used to use for flour before she transferred it to something else. So, like, again, I opened it and I see white powder in there, and I'm like, yeah, that's flour. Because this is the flour container for flour. Like, I just didn't think, and like, it's one of those things that you can't really like taste either, right? Because I'm like, yeah, I could check if this is flour by tasting it, but also then I'm gonna have a mouth, if it's flour, if I'm right and it's flour, then I'm gonna have a mouthful of flour. Like, EGGY? Hello, Sarek. Yeah, don't trace the eggy with white powders. Look, okay, I'm reading the labels carefully now. I've learned from my mistakes, okay? We had to sacrifice, like, 3 cups of icing sugar and a bunch of eggs. But I've learned my lesson, okay? I've learned my lesson. Taste a knife tip source. Well, isn't it, like, really bad to, like, eat raw flour? Like, can't you get, like, food poisoning from raw flour or something? Like, nothing will happen to you if you eat, like, just sugar on its own, but, like, isn't, like... Did it not smell sweet when you poured it? Not really, but also keep in mind that the recipe also called for, like, regular sugar. So if it smelled sweet, I probably wouldn't have thought anything of it. I would have assumed, like, yeah, that's the sugar. How's your wonderful not flour-filled day? It's going okay. I'm streaming for longer than I thought I would. Whoops. Fine, I guess. Okay. I know you can accidentally explode. I don't think eating the flour will make you explode, but I know flour can be explosive. Yeah, what if your mom didn't come home? I don't know, I probably just would have kept crying for a little while longer. This was many years ago, for the record. This was several years ago. I don't remember how old I was, but I could not have been that far. I wasn't in high school. It was definitely after high school, but it was not that long after high school. I've heard not to eat cake mix because of the egg. Yeah, because of, like, raw egg. Raw egg is bad. Well, but yes, I'm confident now. If I made waffles, I would not screw them up. I would not screw them up. I would use the correct ingredients. I remember my sister said she saw if you put vanilla extract in the oven and cook it, it'll make the house smell nice. So she put the whole bottle and the lid sealed, and put on like 500 degrees, exploded, and the house... How old was she at the time? Because, like, if the lid was sealed, wouldn't that just, like, make it not Work? Like 15? I don't know. I probably did equally dumb things at 15. Like, I don't know if it would have been, like, explode a bottle of vanilla extract, but it probably would have been something similar or equivalent. I don't know. I missed a field trip in grade 12. I missed like my grade 12 field trip because I got the date wrong. And like I was absolutely crushed when I showed up like the day after to the place where we were supposed to meet and there was no bus, and then I found out, I saw everyone's pictures from the day before and found out that like I just straight up got the date wrong. Like, and even when I went to school on Monday of that week, everyone was like, "Where were you?" And I'm like, doing nothing. I was so mad. Yeah, I did that for a concert once. No! I did equally dumb things at 25. Like, I mean, I guess you can do dumb things at any age. I guess as you get older, you can aim to do less of them, but like, it's never completely preventable. Uphill was at least like a concert that like the tickets weren't too expensive. Where you can at least be like, okay, well I didn't lose that much money. Yeah, luckily they were only like $25. Okay, that's the unfortunate, but also like at least it wasn't like, at least you weren't out like $100 or something. Yippee! Cause yeah, I feel like I don't go too many concerts. I think I've been to more concerts in the past like 2 years than I have in like the rest of my life, and even then, that's only like 2 concerts. I went to one in 2024 and I went to one in 2025. But still more concerts than I have in like the entire rest of my life, probably. My friend went to Japan and missed his flight home. Oh, yeah. See, I don't know. I get like so paranoid about that. I'm like the kind of person who's just like constantly checking the date and checking today's date to make sure. Like even when I'll be at the airport and I'll be like my flight will say it's like, oh, it's on the 5th or whatever, and I'll be like, it's today the 5th, and I'm like checking the date, and I'm like checking if my phone is in the correct time zone and stuff, and I'm like, I have no reason to think that my phone would be in the wrong time zone, but you know, just in case. Like, I don't know. I guess especially with planes, it's like, I'll be out here, I'll be like checking, it's like, this flight here at this gate matches all the information on my ticket, but what if I somehow still have it wrong? What if the real flight is like secretly on the other side of the airport and I just managed to screw up and also all the customer service people told me the wrong answer? You know? Like all my mess up as a child. I don't know. I'm sure there's like new mistakes I will make. We'll have to see what they are. It'll be exciting. I have no idea how he did it, but he did, and he... I mean, I guess missing your flight home can also be like you wake up late or something, right? Because, like, I could definitely see that happening. Was it, like, he woke up late, or, like, he, like, got stuck, like, the train got stuck or something on the way to the airport? I guess I did it when I was, like, 19. I forgot to take out a knife from my bag. It wasn't a big deal, I just... They just took it. It was like a $150 knife. Oh, was it like accidental shoplifting? Like you walked out of the store? Yeah, I don't think he said. Because yeah, maybe if he like slept in. Like, you know, overslept or like... Oh, it was at the airport. Oh, like you forgot to like declare something before getting on the plane. Like, having a weapon. I was flying, probably should have specified. Ah, okay, yeah. I guess that is a bit dumb, but I imagine the people who work at airports probably run into something like that every day, right? Because, like, I've run into people with similar things. Like... I've even had people who had stuff confiscated that wasn't weapons, but like looked similar enough to something weapon adjacent. Like I think Kengi was telling me once he had like a bullet keychain that got confiscated. It wasn't a real bullet. It was like a keychain that was like made to look like, I guess, a bullet that had already been used. And they confiscated that because I guess it looked enough like a real one. Like... They took away my deodorant and my toothpaste. I was like, really? Was it like liquid deodorant? Because I guess maybe if like the deodorant like didn't fit within the like the liquid guidelines or whatever. Because toothpaste, I think I've seen people get toothpaste taken away for like being too big of a tube. It was spray, but isn't the spray is still? Oh, maybe they don't allow aerosols. Maybe that was the issue. Maybe it was like an aerosol kind of deal. All right. Congratulations to Lavi. GG to everyone else. I have graciously lost this game, but that's okay. My mom tried to bring a big shampoo bottle and they took it away. Just put it in your suitcase! Put it in your checked bags! I guess maybe you don't have checked bags, then that's like a whole other issue, but... I heard that pre-9/11 you could take knives and lighters and carry on luggage onto planes, no problem. Well, like, I don't know, wasn't there a point where you could, like, smoke on an airplane? And we don't do that anymore either.
Lost. Naturie ziling fet chadorim.
You know, I did win today, you know, Faye. I did win today. A few times, actually. But yeah. I think, like... Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure one of these days I'll get something. I'm trying to think if I've had anything taken away at an airport. I've had times where they've told me to, like, move stuff into a different bag, or times where they've, like, told me to put, like, my liquids, because I had some liquids that were, like, kind of right at the line of what they allow, so they're like, yeah, just put these in, like, a plastic bag just to be safe. I think that's the most I've had to do. I don't think I've ever had anything, like, straight up taken away. If anything, I feel like I've had the opposite issue, because, like, okay, when I was in Japan, I found out that, like, they do actually, for domestic flights, they allow, like, you can take a bottle, like, if you, like, buy, like, a water bottle or something, or, like, have, like, a bottle of tea or something that you bought at the airport, they allow that on the plane for domestic flights. They have to, like, check it at security, like, they have a little scanner to make sure that, like, there's, like, nothing hiding inside the bottle, but, you can, like, take it on the plane, no issue. So I did not do that. I had, like, the opposite issue, where, I thought they were going to take away, I had bought a bottle of Pocari when I was at the airport, and I thought they were going to take it away, so I started, like, chugging it right before I went through security, and then I couldn't finish it, and then I was like, okay, I guess I gave it to the guy because I thought they were just gonna, like, throw it away, and then he just, like, puts it into this scanner thing, and then he gives it back to me after I went through security, and I'm like, wait, you can do that? You can do that? Yeah, I think airplanes banned smoking in the 70s, but you could smoke in the airport until, like, the 2000s. I don't know, I don't remember. I think by the time I was old enough to be on a plane, it was, like, very illegal. Yeah. I've been with someone where they had them dump the liquids at the bag screening. I've lost a bread and butter knife from a travel cutlery set. Just the knife. Spoons allowed. Yeah, it was like the things were in a plastic bag, and it was the layover, and it was fine for the first flight, which was fine, but the second, so it was a bit confusing. Was it like an international layover? Because I know some countries probably have different rules about it, maybe? Yeah. And the opposite happened. I accidentally brought a surgical scalpel blade onto the plane. Accidentally? Did they just not catch it? Yeah, bring empty water bottles and fill it post-security. Yeah, that's most people's strat. I mean, to be fair though, even on land, like my parents are the kind of people, whenever they would go on like a road trip to the States, they would be like waiting at the border and they would just be like trying to like eat all the vegetables as fast as possible because they would pack like carrot sticks or cucumber slices as like snacks for the trip, and we'd have to just like eat them all as fast as possible because like they would get taken away at the border because you're not supposed to bring in like fruits and vegetables. That I remember doing. I remember doing that as a kid. But it is almost 5 p.m. My god. Okay, I need to go upstairs and make rice. And which means we need to raid because I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Okay. I think that's enough streaming for today. That's way longer than I thought I was going to stream. Yes, thank you for streaming. Thank you for being here. She refuses to eat lunch because I thought I was going to end like 2 hours ago. I didn't think I was gonna go this long. But yeah, thanks for stream. Thank you. I will be here again tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm not jonging. I will be playing. I'm gonna be starting Ocarina of Time actually tomorrow. I'll do that tomorrow. I have a schedule now. I made a schedule. I made a schedule. But yeah. So yeah, that'll be tomorrow. And then if you want to know past there, you'll have to consult the schedule, which exists. So, who's on? Who's on? I guess we can raid into Zia. She's doing karaoke. I don't know how long she's been going. Okay, she's been going for like 3 hours, so like, maybe, okay. Somebody who's like not as deep in the stream. Let's see. Era. Oh, Slabman. Where's Slab? Ooh, Slab. He's on a road trip. From what I can tell, from Pee Pee Creek to Poo Poo Point. But I'm stuck in the ad zone. We can raid it. We can raid into him. I don't know how far along he is. This is day 3, so I imagine he's maybe... How long is the road trip supposed to be? That's probably like... Yeah, Slab is doing a road trip. Yeah, we can raid into Slab. We can raid into Slab, man. Raid Uwo Slab. It's gonna be 7 days. Okay, so they're probably like somewhere in the middle of the United States. In the middle. So we can raid into Slab. And let's just do Zhong raid. Since that's what we're doing today. You can add an emote of your choice. But yeah, it's cross country. Yeah. So yeah, we can probably add an emote. Yeah, add an emote of your choice, but that will be our raid message for today. They're in North Idaho and roadside attractions. I see. But yes, I will be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. And then after that, I don't remember if am I streaming Wednesday? I might be streaming Wednesday. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But for now, thank you for being here. Thank you for being nice and good. Thank you for jogging with me. And I will see you tomorrow. And until then, you can look at my cool end card. Right here. Thank you. Bye-bye.